Okay, let's go ahead and begin this evening's board meeting, please. Welcome. Let's begin today's meeting and hear the public testimony on non-agenda items. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to address the board, and please remember, no deferral of time is allowed. The board asks that speakers focus their comments on issues and not on individuals. When you begin speaking, the green light will come on, a yellow light when you have 1 minute left, and when your time is up, the red light will appear and a bell will ring. Please finish your sentence when your time is up. Following folks, please come up to the podium and speak. Sherry McPhillips.
Where's the light? Over there? Okay. Oh. Do I wait for the light, or? I've never been here, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you for taking, I like the way you do it online. Anyway, my name's Sherry McPhillips. I have a daughter at Point Loma High School. She's my youngest. She's taking a flipped class. It's an AP, she's taking honors pre-calculus, and it's really difficult to learn quadratic equations online. So I would just like the board to consider having an alternative where there could be the flipped class as well as a class that the teacher teaches it the original way, because it's really difficult. Also, there's only 2 classes at Point Loma High School that they're both taught flipped, and there's a lot of students that don't have access to the internet. There's kids that can't get to the library, so they either have to drop the class or they're going to fail it. So I think that there's a whole population of students out there at Point Loma High School that can do this class, but they're not able to because they don't have the internet at home. They don't have they may not have, can't afford it. So I think that's something to look into. The assumption that everybody has access to the internet is not fair to all the students that can take honors pre-calculus. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Ernest Villafranca.
Well, thanks very much for having me here. I've never been here. It's very nice. I am Ernest Villafranca. I've got 2 daughters going to San Diego High, and recently we had a meeting convened by Richard Barrera at our school to discuss the dog searching, and it was I'm going to have to read some of this so I don't miss any of the points. And it had parents, and it had the police, the district police, it had administrators from the school. And the object of the meeting was for us to get a clarification of the policy and the procedures. We didn't have any notification prior to the implementation of the policy, and nobody really knew what would happen if X, Y, and Z happened. Dogs found something, what happens to your students, any of that information. So this meeting was really about just getting some clarification on that. In the course of the meeting, however, it was revealed that pretty much the entire process of putting the dog searches in place to begin with did not follow district code. So there were a number of provisions in the code that were essentially ignored. And I'm going to read this to you just a little bit. In particular, engagement of parents prior to approval to obtain the drug sniffing capability as directed by the district code was entirely neglected. It appears that parents' comments, responses, which must be included in the proposal prior to the approval of this capability was never solicited. There's also a requirement in the district code to notify parents prior to implementation of the policy. In sharp contrast, the announcement was made the day it was implemented. Another important element of the procedural execution of the search was that the students not be directed to vacate the classroom and leave their personal belongings behind, and this is in clear violation of the district code. The kids are actually asked to do that. There's many considerations back back and forth about the drug dogs. I mean, you can look at Fourth Amendment rights, you can look at ways to try to get the drug abuse problem in hand, but those matters really could have been dealt with if parents had been engaged and students had been engaged in the process from the beginning. And I think you would have had buy-in from the community to the decision that was made. Instead, now we've got a policy that's just completely compromised with regards to its legitimacy, because you have the majority of the stakeholders absolutely completely left out of the process. And now we've got to sort of claw our way back and say, you know what, there's a lot of things about this that isn't right, it didn't go right, and what I'm asking you to do is to set it right. I mean, there's one thing that is clear about the board. Part of the core understanding that you should have is that you're going to, oh, is that me, am I done? Is that you have to follow your own rules. And that's what we're asking you to do. Set this right, follow the rules, get parents engaged. Let's do this project right. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Villafranca. I'd like to refer this item over to the superintendent for follow-up. Joanne Fields.
Good afternoon. Superintendent Martin, President Beiser, Vice President Foster, and school board members. I'm here to thank on behalf of the District 8 Trustee Cabinet for a fabulous event that just took place at Lincoln High School on October 18th. Thank you, President Beiser, for attending the event, but there was a lot that went on for it to be successful. Dr. Shirley Wilson, Mildred Phillips, and Debbie, who represented the middle school college program and was able to explain the program to many parents and students, incoming students coming to Lincoln and know that this program is alive and well, and how to enroll in the process was a great opportunity. Principal John Ross, Harry Shelton, Anna Mendoza. This event was not just for Lincoln students, but for the entire District E, and I want to thank them for their support. Supervisor Joe Shaw, Shanita Green, and staff. The campus was beautiful before and after the event. Shanita really stretched and helped us prepare when media came, Channel 39 and Channel 10. I have to thank them also, because they gave positive media on what is going on our campus and what our kids are able to accomplish with support from their family, their parents, and community. Tisha Rogers, the advisor of the cheerleaders, they had a game the night before, but they made themselves available at 6 in the morning so that they can speak to the media and talk about the great things that are happening on campus. Tia Turner, who's a Lincoln parent of cheerleader, Carly, Kiana, and Shauna are captains of the cheerleading team, are great ambassadors for Lincoln. Our partner and host San Diego Organizing Project made this possible. And again, it's so that we can work together as a community. There's a number of community organizations, Blue Heart Foundation, Detour Fancy Teen Expo, Pat on the Back Foundation, who just came back from Washington, D.C. for the Million Youth Peace March. There's a lot of great things happening here locally, but are also happening outside of San Diego that our San Diego Unified kids are doing, but aren't able to get the word out. They don't have a publicist or market, but our kids are participating in great things. Heartbeat Music Academy, they're the only contingency invited to the annual McDonald's Thanksgiving Parade in Chicago. There are San Diego Unified students representing us here in San Diego, and they're there to support the event, but also to recruit our kids who love music and would like to do more positive things in the community. So there's a whole list of folks: Ground Up Youth Foundation, Jeff Harper, the lead, the head coach at Lincoln, veteran, NBA veteran Alton Lister gave a free basketball camp. So a lot of good things, and I want to thank the staff and the administration that made it possible. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Citizen?
The students of this school district should be the priority of all of the people that work in this school district. And to not follow the laws and the child protection measures put in place for the children is a problem in this school district. A father of San Diego High just brought it up to you about the illegal drug dog searches that have been done of students for years, and just did it twice to San Diego High and 10 times in this school district illegally. They were searching the children's private property, their backpacks and their purses, and you didn't do it right. You've got a chief of police that you pay $100,000 or more to, and he didn't follow the law. Charles James, University City High School, abusive, cursing, foul-mouthed coach, supported by Jeff Olivero. The way that investigation was conducted regarding the bullying of these students was atrocious. And everyone in this board should be ashamed of the way that was handled. We don't make the victims of abusive educators victimized even more. And that's what was done in this situation. Charles James is an abusive, ugly person and should not be coaching in this school district. I didn't expect much from Jeff Oliveira. He did the same thing when I complained about an abusive, cursing, ugly coach, Brian Bastions, at Sarah High School. He was allowed to stay, is still there, and I personally witnessed his ugly, screaming, you effing this and you effing that to teenage boys. And it's still happening in this school district. And all of you that have been elected to take care of our kids and make sure they're protected by the laws should be ashamed. The Cindy Martin at Central Elementary School, if a child had told her that child was being abused, she never would have allowed it. What is the Cindy Martin at Abnormal Street going to do to remedy that situation for these kids that were abused?
All right, that concludes non-agenda public testimony. Thank you all for taking the time to speak to the board and the superintendent. The Army JROTC Color Guard from the home of the Cardinals, Hoover High School, will now present the colors. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Center, face. Carry, colors. Present, colors.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Carry, colors. Right, face. Forward, march.
Thank you, Hoover High School JROTC Color Guard. I'd like to welcome everyone present today and those watching the broadcast at home and call the October 28th, 2014 regular meeting to order with all board members present except for Scott Burnett, who is absent. If you wish to address the board today and your name is not on the blue sheet located at both entrances to the auditorium, and you have not already submitted a request for public testimony form, please complete the form and submit it to Cheryl Ward, the Board Action Officer. Speakers on agenda items will be called to speak during the discussion of that agenda item. Once the discussion begins on an item, no additional public speaker requests will be accepted by the board. No deferral of time is allowed. Non-agenda item testimony was heard at 5 o'clock and will also be heard at the end of the meeting. At this time, I'd like the ASB student representatives to the board to introduce themselves. Please tell us about yourself and what's going on at your school, both academically and socially. Deja Fields from SCPA, ASB Council President.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Deja Fields. I am a senior at San Diego School of Creative and Performing Arts. And at my school, we've done various activities during the month of October to raise awareness on anti-bullying. For example, we had a campus-wide picnic, an anti-bullying dance party, and a pledge wall, and much more. Last week, we held our annual October Fall Festival, and it was a huge success. Tomorrow is Breast Cancer Awareness Day, where everyone will wear pink. And October 30th, to end Anti-Bullying Month, we will have an Anti-Bullying Awareness Day where my school and many other high schools within the school district will wear purple. So, yeah.
Thank you, and I'd like to congratulate Ms. Fields on being elected president of all the ASB presidents in San Diego Unified School District. Congratulations. Now let's hear from Ashley Bayette, the president of Mira Mesa High School ASB.
So my name's Ashley Bayette. I'm the ASB president, and I'm a senior at Mira Mesa High School. And at our school, we just concluded our anti-bullying week, and in that we joined together all of our students to tackle all the issues through like activities, pledges, and positive messages. And during anti-bullying week, we had like what she said, like a pledge wall where we kind of signed it. And then we also had a sorry box where we wrote what we're sorry for, as well as we had balloons where we wrote what we're sorry for as well and what we regret. And then this week we currently have Red Ribbon Week going on, and ASB has planned activities for our students to help spread the national theme of love yourself, be drug free. And in Red Ribbon Week we are highlighting what students choose over drugs. For example, I choose music and singing over drugs. And today we just had a blood drive going on, and we collected 46 units of blood. And yeah, we're very lucky to have a supportive community, and we love our principal, Mr. Giusti.
Thank you, Ashley Bayette. Great job. Good report, ladies. Now we move on to item B3, the student presentation from San Diego High School Educational Complex Ensemble. Trustee Barrera, would you like to introduce these great students?
Sure. I think we have Dr. Carmen Garcia, principal of the School of International Studies with us, and our instrumental music director, Jose Diaz. And this is an ensemble from all four schools at the San Diego High complex. So if Dr. Garcia or Mr. Diaz is here.
Great. And board and superintendent and ASB presidents, let's take some seats in the audience for the performance.
Good evening. My name is Jose Diaz. I'm the music director at San Diego High School School of International Studies. The group in front of you is our advanced orchestra. It's representative of our music program. Although housed within the School of International Studies, this group includes students from all of the four schools, and currently this is our second year housing the music program within the School of International Studies, and we've grown over to 220 students within the music program in its second year. Thank you. This is our advanced orchestra. Jenna Carmen. The next one, I think everyone's familiar with, this is the theme song from Somewhere Over the Rainbow, or actually, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. Before we finish our performance, I do have to thank a couple people because this would not have been possible. One, there's a very hardcore group of students that always wanted to bring a music program, a big music program to San Diego High. Our very hardworking parents that come to carpool and truck their equipment and kids over here. And if not for the leadership of Dr. Garcia, we would not have even half the instruments that we have in front of you. And another young lady who, if she was not around, music would not exist. I firmly believe that in San Diego Unified School District. But Anne-Marie, thank you very much. The last and final piece is Health Drop featuring our soloist Karen. Superintendent Martin. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll grab your stands for you. Or should we get this?
Wow. Thank you to all of the parents and Anne Marie Haney and everybody in the VAPA department. And thank you to all of the teachers and the leaders at San Diego High School, and especially hats off to the students for all the hours and hours of hard work that they put in to such a fantastic performance tonight. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you to all the people helping. Yeah. Key grip. Again, thank you so much to San Diego High School Education Complex and everybody involved in ensuring that those children have the opportunity to participate in music and in an orchestra. And might I add that music is an A through G requirement. On to item C, the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion? All right, please vote. That motion passes unanimously this evening. Does any board member wish to remove an item from the superintendent's consent agenda in section I? All right. Section D, report of closed session actions and superintendent and board information reports. I believe that Ms. Donovan, do you have things to report out?
Yes, thank you. There are two items to report out. First, the board authorized in closed session filing of a cross-complaint for indemnity against social advocates for youth in the case entitled John Doe versus San Diego Unified School District. That was approved 4-0 with Trustee Barnett absent. Second, the board approved in closed session an amendment to the purchase and sale agreement with Ryland Homes for the Stevenson property, setting the purchase price at $13.2 million, closing the due diligence period effective immediately, and providing for a release of all claims against the district by Ryland relating to certain soils conditions. That vote was also 4-0 with Mr. Barnett absent.
Great, thank you, Ms. Donovan. To section D1, administrative assignments. Superintendent Cindy Martin.
Thank you, President Beiser. I'm announcing administrative assignments this evening. Principal for San Diego School of Creative and Performing Arts, Tim Farson. Vice Principal at Grant K-8 School, Michael Jackal. Vice Principal at Logan K-8 School, Hernan Beza. Vice Principal at Lincoln High School, Nicole Stewart. Principal on Special Assignment overseeing Title I Arts Integration Program, Caroline King. Manager of Employee Benefits, Leslie Melton. Director of Special Education, Kathy Whitley.
All right, thank you.
She's happy it's her school. She just found out her principal.
Thank you. On to item D2, Superintendent's Information Report and PowerPoint with wonderful pictures. It says wonderful right here on my script.
Thank you, President Beiser. Our wonderful pictures. Building unity in our community is our theme this week, for this report. Unity fitting within our community, literally part of the word community is the unity, and some of the activities that I've been engaged in the last couple weeks definitely show how our community is united and the unity that we see. So the first picture you see here is Dr. Charles Ogletree Community Celebration at Christian Fellowship Church, and you see Trustee Foster up there, and we're giving some recognition to Dr. Ogletree at the Christian Fellowship Church. This event, Dr. Ogletree is the Jesse Clemenco Professor at Harvard Law School, and he's the founder of the Charles Hamilton Houston Institute for Race and Justice. He's also the author of numerous books, including All Deliberate Speed and The Presumption of Guilt. So we are honored to have him in our community as we united there as a whole community at the church. Dr. Ogletree is also known for being President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama's law professor, and he's one of the nation's most prominent legal theorists. He's internationally known for taking on the complex educational, legal, and policy issues. So I was honored to meet him, and not only did he give a speech that night at that gathering, but then the next night, or maybe it was 2 nights later. Was it the next night? The next night at it was hosted at St. Stephen's Church, and it was Unity in the Community Social Justice Roundtable. And there again, you can see Trustee Foster is joined by a panel, including District Attorney Bonnie Dumanis, Attorney LaShala Wilson, also the head of the NAACP, the San Diego Police Chief Shelley Zimmerman, Council Member Myrtle Cole, Dr. Rodney Hood of the Careview Medical Group, and of course Marnie was on this panel and had a vigorous dialogue about social justice issues in our community, and great conversation that evening. Then I also attended the Strive national event. Took place in San Diego, where leaders from all around the country that are working on collective impact Cradle to Career initiatives. They asked me to come and give a welcome to our city, but I was honored to be able to speak to all of the different Cradle to Career initiatives through the Strive network that are happening across the country, and of course here in San Diego with our partnership organization, the United Way being the backbone, and the Partnership for Children that we started in City Heights and are expanding throughout a region-wide effort. I was honored to be able to talk to other people that are doing exactly what we're doing here in San Diego, and of course they were so excited to hear our superintendent engaged. They say the most important thing of Cradle to Career efforts is that the school district is actively engaged, and not just saying they're engaged, but talking, really doing the work. So I chair the leadership table of our Cradle to Career approach here in San Diego, and the theme of the conference was Making Waves, Action that Moves to Outcomes, and I was able to talk about what this district is doing and what this region is doing. Ron Rohde was able to give a presentation about our early warning system that we're developing in collaboration with this partnership. And we see this early warning system as being a key piece in being able to move this initiative forward. So that was a national convention right here in San Diego. We also hosted a legislative visit at Kearney High School featuring one of our, the linked learning approach at Kearney High School. We had a campus tour that was organized by Martha Alvarez, and attending this event, we had Senator Marty Block, we had a representative from Assemblywoman Lorena Gonzalez's office, Mark Weiland's office sent representatives, Ben Hueso's office sent representatives, and Brian Mainshine's office all sent representatives to a tour of what high school looks like when we redesign. And you can see students in this picture. What does it look like to put a full linked learning approach, wall-to-wall pathways out of school? And we want to educate the policymakers so they understand what we're investing in and what it actually looks like. So we were able to go on tours in 5 of the classrooms and see what the relevant pathways are. I also attended the NAACP dinner. This was the 59th annual Freedom Fund dinner on October 18th. The theme was All In for Justice and Equality, Educate and Advocate, and the keynote speaker that night was Theodore Shaw, who's the director of the Center for Civil Rights, and he's also a former constitutional law professor at Columbia University. So between Dr. Ogletree and Dr. Shaw, I learned a lot about constitutional law and history and advocacy, and just hearing from our nationally known and respected leaders. It was a very inspirational time over the last couple weeks. Mr. Shaw was also the former director of the NAACP Legal's Defense and Education Fund, and at this event that night, the honorees included the past president of the NAACP, Frank Jordan, and 30-year San Diego Unified veteran and retired principal Wendell Bask was also honored with the Carter G. Woodson Education Award that evening. I think I just skipped a slide. There we go. We had a meet and greet event at Sarah High School. President Beiser joined us as we welcomed with the community a packed house with introducing the new principal at Sarah High School, Dr. Vincent Mays, and he was warmly welcomed by staff, students, faculty. The ASB president got up and spoke, and Dr. Mays also talked about his, is it walk and talk or talk and walk? He's doing walk the talk. Walk and talk. Walk the talk. Okay, so hashtag walk the talk. He's inviting people to walk with him. He was hoping to have 200 people come out to his first version was October 27th. I didn't hear last night how that went, but he's doing that on a regular basis, getting to know his community, and he's on a 100-day listening tour as he moves to San Diego, learns our city, and learns Sarah High School, and we were very happy to welcome him at that event. And I want to say thank you to the Sarah Foundation and the PTO and the staff for putting this together and having a warm welcome for our new principal to our community. I also attended a luncheon at the Friends of Balboa Park. They gave inspiration awards. Speaker Tony Atkins was one of the keynote speakers, and Christine Kehoe, recognizing the Friends of Balboa Park. And it was nice to see San Diego Unified was recognized in the presentation for our Heritage program and what we're doing to continue to provide educational opportunities in Balboa Park, in Old Town, at various other venues in San Diego, but to be recognized through the Friends of Balboa Park at that luncheon was wonderful to see how kids are still engaged in learning in one of our local treasures, Balboa Park. That's what's been happening the last couple of weeks. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Board members? Trustee Barrera?
Just a couple quick things. Number one, I want to thank the San Diego Building and Construction Trades Council, in particular the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, who held an apprenticeship fair at the Malcolm X Library a week ago. So several years ago, when we embarked on our Prop Z project at the time, and then along with the Prop S project, and then followed up with Prop Z, we formed a partnership with the local Building and Construction Trades Council. In particular, we set an aggressive goal that 35% of the work that would go into rebuilding our schools under the bond measures would be done by residents of the 10 highest poverty zip codes in the city. And that required an enormous commitment on the part of the trades to work with us to create real opportunities. And the reason that we did that is because the largest concentration of students in our district actually live within those 10 zip codes. And the basic idea was we wanted to create work for the families of our students where they live. So following up on that commitment, and by the way, the trades have exceeded that goal consistently, the trades also agreed to work with us to open up opportunities in the apprenticeship programs to students of San Diego Unified. And so at this apprenticeship fair last week, we had about 250 students total. And there were students from San Diego High School, Lincoln High School, Morse, and Hoover High Schools that came. And what was interesting, I sat in on the presentation to the students from San Diego High. The San Diego High students who were there were in the engineering career pathway at, I think at Business Leads, or it might have been at SciTech. And so those students are already, studying to enter to careers in engineering, design, construction. And the presentation from the IBEW was about not only real opportunities right out of graduation for students to get into the trades, the apprenticeship programs where they can be earning middle-class wages with health benefits, with pension, not incurring student debt. But it's also a pathway that if students are interested in going to college and career, they can pursue at the same time. And so, and I think the teachers at the presentation were particularly happy to hear the apprenticeship coordinator emphasize the need for the students to be strong in math, to be strong in science, and overall to be strong academically to pursue a career in the trade. So it's our partner at the Building and Construction Trades Council, following through on their commitment to our communities and to our students. I also want to thank Tom Waller, who teaches 12th grade, teaches a lot of subjects, but teaches 12th grade government at San Diego High School at the Business Leads. About a month ago, I got a packet with some letters from students at San Diego High School, and the letters were extremely well written and following a clear structure, which was first, butter up the politician. Here's all the things that we think you're doing great, and by the way, here are the things that we need to change. And very well written. So I actually asked if I could come and speak to the students in their class, and so I spoke to Tom Waller's class last week, and his government classes, obviously, several students. And we had a great discussion. The students who wrote to me wanted to explore ways that they could open up the campus during lunchtime. Other students had, a variety of interests, including students wanting to learn about opportunities for internship, opportunities to take courses at community college. And so the conversation was really about if students have an interest in making some change, even if that change might not necessarily affect what happens this year, while they're seniors at San Diego High School, but could, and the principal, Gretchen, I saw was here earlier, I don't know if she left, but they could create a legacy, for students, future students coming through. It's about, engaging in the democratic process, and those students are very much involved in that already. So I thank Tom Waller for making that happen. And then lastly, the Roosevelt Middle School had its IB certification visit, the International Baccalaureate Association coming and reviewing the program at Roosevelt Middle School. And I was proud to be there. And as usual, what we see in our IB schools is that when one school, in this case Roosevelt, is up for its visit from people from around the country, we had all of the schools, the IB schools in the cluster there, supporting Roosevelt's visit. So we had the Jefferson, Bernie, and McKinley elementary schools, and Dr. Garcia from San Diego High School, IS, they're supporting Roosevelt. And we've talked often about the IB pathway and Roosevelt Middle School in particular as making good on our vision of creating quality schools in every neighborhood, and in fact creating a viable option where parents choose to stay in their neighborhood, take advantage of the choice program, but choose their neighborhood school as the school that they believe their kids are going to get the highest quality education. So it was great to see everybody coming together in support of Roosevelt, and of course Roosevelt made an outstanding presentation. I'm sure we'll do very well in their recertification.
Thank you, Trustee Barrera. Any other board member at this time? Trustee Evans?
Okay. We had several meetings again with clusters, and I think the important thing, following up on what Mr. Barrera was saying, was really focusing on what can be done in each community, in each of the neighborhoods, in terms of improving the quality of their schools, drawing a lot more of the kids in their neighborhood back to their schools. The whole point of the quality schools in every neighborhood is really to have equity across the entire district. And also last week, I think it was last week, Trustee Foster and I went up to Sacramento to meet with representatives from the governor's office and legislative offices and so forth. We know that we have the new local control funding formula, which ensures a fair distribution of the money, but it does not address the issue of adequacy of funding in education. Proposition 30 is a temporary, small stopgap measure to keep us going, but it hasn't really addressed the big problem of adequacy in funding in public education. And I think probably the statistic that is easiest to see is that, well, first of all, actually within the code of the California Constitution, it states that the goal is to have, the intention is to have California at the average of the top 10 districts in the nation, the top 10 states in the nation in terms of amount spent per pupil. Obviously, California being one of the leading economic engines of the United States. And recently, in Education Week, it showed that California currently ranks 50th of all the states in the United States in terms of per pupil funding. And if you go back to the 1970s, when California was at the lead, and we saw various states with higher levels of poverty that were, at the 45, 46, 47, and now that's where we are in terms of the funding. So one of the things we talked to them about was the whole issue of we need to have a statewide conversation about funding of public education. And we'll talk about this a little bit more on the agenda when we get to another item. But we want to come up with our own San Diego definition of what does it really mean to have adequate funding. Rather than just going and asking, please give us more money, we need to show them what we can produce with what we were given. And so later on in the agenda, we will be discussing that more. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Trustee Evans. Vice President Foster?
I really don't have much to report because I think between everyone else's presentation, I've been at every event. I was like, I was there. Really, what I would add is something that is kind of special. So, and just for fun, attended a fashion show at Christian Fellowship Church, and during intermission, we have this wonderful student from SCPA sing an Etta James piece, At Last. And I turn around, and it's our own Deja Fields. So, and it was beautiful. Of course, she received a standing ovation, and the only complaint was that they could not record it and take it home to listen over and over again. So great job. And that's all I have to share because I think I've been at most, you represented well. I was at most of the events. So.
Yeah, we can do a double student performance one of these nights. We'll give you some time to prepare. That would be great. Looking forward to it. I've been to a few events as well, many of them with Superintendent Cindy Martin and other board members. One event that I attended was in support of City Heights CDC with Speaker Tony Atkins and the work that Ken Grimes and the folks at City Heights do to help the community, especially supporting reality changers and those kids that are going to, for the first time, graduate from high school and their families, and that's something that I was really happy to support. Also had a great time, and thank you so much to Vice President Foster and Joanne Fields for putting together and organizing the Schools Not Prisons event at Lincoln High School last Saturday. I think the title alone says it all. But had a great time at Sarah High School, meeting with the parents and the students. The ASB was very well represented, welcoming Dr. Mays, and Superintendent Martin was there. A lot of other folks, Dr. Wilson was there. The NAACP dinner with Trustee Foster and Superintendent Cindy Martin was another great community event. Had the opportunity to actually visit with quite a few parents that talked about some things that we're doing well and opportunities to improve. And I look forward to embracing those challenges and continuing to fight to improve our schools. And last night was very exciting, was Patrick Henry High School parent meeting with a lot of parents that are involved in the music and the choral programs, and I want to thank Mike Polterak for hosting that event last night. It was really good to see that music and the arts are alive and well at Patrick Henry High School, and we're looking forward to the completion of the Performing Arts Center there. I think that's all that I have. All right, here we go. Section E, Student Instructional Matters. E1, Associated Student Body President. Now we have an ASB president of the presidents. Deja Fields.
Okay, well, our last meeting was held on October 16th. There, I was elected as president, and Christian Mendoza was elected as vice president. Hyan May was elected as secretary. Morgan Tucker was elected as sergeant of arms, and Sam Sweeney was elected as historian. So now that we have our officers, we are preparing for our upcoming Student Congress meeting, which will be held here on November 20th, and I hope to see you guys there.
What time on November 20th?
It's from 3 to 5.
Great. All right, thank you, Ms. Fields. E2, the agreement with Discover Financial Services to accept grant funding for personal financial literacy curriculum and teacher professional development. Superintendent Cindy Martin.
Thank you. This is, we're excited to be receiving this grant. I want to say thank you to Micheline Wagner for developing this grant proposal to bring an application to Discover Financial Services to bring personal financial literacy curriculum to our district. And this is the grant amount of $1,600. $161,533. This is a curriculum that needed to be updated. The original curriculum was developed in 2008 through a grant that we had with United Way. So it was time to update the grant, and I think I have somebody to welcome up here to thank you for with a big thank you. Micheline's here too. Appreciate that. So being able to have this curriculum, and thank you to Discover Financial Services for being able to support our financial literacy program in our schools.
Hi, my name is Matt Towson. I'm with Discover and happy to present this check to you. I just want to say something really quick. As a nation, we are not doing enough to teach our kids about money at home or in the classroom. We need to set the next generation up to succeed by giving them the financial education they need to manage money and achieve their personal goals. Started in 2012, the Pathway to Financial Success is a 5-year, $10 million commitment to bring financial education to our high schools so that our children have the skills they need to manage their finances. Our program is giving schools and parents the tools to get financial education into classrooms across the country. It will ensure that high school students across the country will graduate with the confidence and training needed to make good financial decisions. This $161,500 grant and some change we are providing to the San Diego Unified School District is one of the largest grants we've provided across the country. And with this grant, we've awarded California schools nearly $600,000 to implement financial education curriculum. We appreciate the district's commitment to implementing financial education into their high schools and providing critical training and professional development to their teachers. I'd like to personally thank Micheline Wagner, who applied for the grant, as well as Marty Stoltz, who we worked with on making this check presentation happen. So without further ado, I'd like to present the big ceremonial check.
Mr. President, I move to approve the agreement first.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. That passes unanimously.
And with that, we will be able to provide professional development to 50 economics teachers, and this is in alignment with October 2005 district formation of the Personal Financial Literacy Task Force. That task force has continued to engage in how we're going to bring financial literacy, so you're a partner in that task force that started in 2005. So I think we want a picture.
Thank you. And it's a big check in more ways than one.
So we need a picture of the big check with the board members and the superintendent, please. Of course. All right. There. Yeah. But isn't it close again?
No, you guys do it.
No, you have to be in the picture. I'll give you.
Well, I need to take a picture too.
Okay, so I'll let you take this of them, and then I'll get one of you.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay. Let's see. We need to see. There we go.
Great. 1, 2, 3. Give me one more. 2, 3. Fabulous.
Okay, so now I want to invite you to get in as well.
Okay, I'll get in.
Let's see. That's right. That's right. Now, look at me. And another one. There we go. Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda is E3, Business Partnership and Education Activities Agreement with Qualcomm to provide Think-A-Bit lab learning opportunities for district students and teachers. Superintendent Cindy Martin.
I'd like to invite up Ed Hidalgo from Qualcomm, who's here, and I think Cheryl, are you coming with him? Good, come on up. Oh, yes, and Mr. Goodbody as well. This is a partnership that started with the dream with, I think Mr. Barrera introduced me to Mr. Hidalgo at a luncheon, some event, and Mr. Hidalgo and I started dreaming big about what could happen when we have a real partnership with Qualcomm, a local, well-respected employer, and he cooked up this idea and we started dreaming about it and what would it look like to have a lab where our students are able to go and learn at Qualcomm. And since then, we piloted some work last year, we started putting it in place, and it has expanded, and it's time to formalize that work. And Mr. Hidalgo, I want to say that you are an incredible model for what it takes to show other businesses in San Diego how to be a relevant partner in public education and to create a real learning space, not just for our students, but for our teachers as well. So this formalizes an agreement that started with just a dream, and it's very much a reality, including National Geographic being out last week to document what's happening there. So I know that you want to speak a little bit more directly. Cheryl, if you want to introduce, or who wants to talk first? I don't know what order you were going in.
Sure. Tonight I'm joined by Ed Hidalgo from Qualcomm Think a Bit and Michael Goodbody from the High School Resources Office. It's our honor to present the Qualcomm partnership with San Diego Unified. Prior to Michael introducing the specifics of the partnership, I'd like to take a moment to thank Ed for his innovation, leadership, and vision. You are an amazing partner, an amazing person who believes deeply in access, equity, and experience. I am so proud to work with you, and thank you for all that you have given and will give to San Diego Unified students.
Good evening, Superintendent Martin, members of the board. I've had the pleasure of working with Qualcomm and Ed and Qualcomm's Think a Bit team since January this year. From the first focus group sessions, I knew that this was something that was going to positively impact every student that walked through the door, and something that I wanted to be part of. What kept me coming back was the passion and heart of Ed and his team. They strive to shed light on a world too few get to see, and they do so in a way that is accessible and meaningful for students. They seek to inspire with the hope that doing so may change the course of a child's life. As educators, we never know when or what experience will spark a student's interest and set them on a path toward a successful and fulfilling career. I think many of our students will look back on their trip to Think a Bit and remember it was that moment of inspiration. I encourage each member of the board to visit the lab when students are present. You'll see collaborative problem solving, laughs and smiles as students struggle to complete a project that most would have thought was impossible for them just an hour before. At the end of the day, you'll see their pride as each group successfully presents their creation, cheered on by their peers. This year, over 1,000 unified students will visit the Think a Bit lab. To increase the number of students impacted, Qualcomm has opened its doors and helped us design and implement teacher professional development, focused on the engineering standards of the engineering strands of the next generation science standards. We've held department chair meetings on site and are scheduling opportunities for principal meetings. There's a tangible, creative energy you can feel just being in the space, and there are plans to connect industry professionals at schools and classrooms and to develop additional programs that will benefit even more students. Can you imagine what education would be like if there were more companies so willing to give? And then I must also take this opportunity to personally thank Ed. Without his support and mentorship, I would not have had the privilege to be standing here with you right now. Ed has a fire inside him, a drive to improve the lives of those around him. And aside from my grandfather, I have no bigger supporter and no one that I admire more. So I just want to say thank you.
Who is this Ed person? I have no idea who this person is. President Beiser and Superintendent Martin, members of the board, thank you so much. Thank you, Cheryl and Michael. At Qualcomm, I'm a senior director of staffing. I'm responsible for contingent global workforce, immigration, and relocation. I'm responsible for about 4,000 contract workers around the globe. So one thing I know is talent, and I just want to commend you on the talent that you've given me access to, Superintendent Martin, because you have amazing talent. There's many members of your organization here that I recognize, and they've just been truly wonderful. You know, this opportunity that we talked about over a year ago was really just a small window, because in the technology side of the world, things move very quickly. And this was a concept that our executives asked me to get smart on. If Qualcomm could impact the community in a very meaningful way around STEM, what would we do? And we put that call out to you, and you came to the table and you listened. And because of that, we have the Think a Bit Lab in place, a dedicated makerspace for middle school students here in San Diego, California, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, which isn't being done anywhere else in the country that I'm aware of. It has been amazing to see the impact on the lives of children. I think that's been one of the biggest impacts on my staff, to see youngsters come into the lab introduced by their principals as homeless, introduced to us as the meal that you'll serve today will be maybe the best meal that they'll have all week, and then to see the face of that child at the end of an experience and think of it where they say, this engineering thing, I think this might be for me. I think I could do this, right? In just a 4-hour experience on site. And it's happening over and over and over again because we're taking what seemingly is irrelevant or misunderstood in the world of engineering and making it relevant to young people. So thank you for what you're doing. 3,000 students are going to come through the Think a Bit Lab this year. A third of those will be San Diego Unified students. And at the end of the day, our prompt was, how does a child aspire to a career they don't know exists? Well, for these children that are coming through the lab, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of every week, they now know that engineering, software engineering, electrical engineering, and computer engineering exists, and it exists for them if they want it. So thank you for what you're doing. We're really excited about the partnership, and I'm here representing Qualcomm, this little 31,000 employee company just up the road in Sorrento Valley. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hidalgo. Is there a motion to approve the partnership? Second? All right, please vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you again to all the staff that was involved in helping to make that a reality. Thank you, Ms. Hiblin. Item E4, Educational Partnership Agreement with Miramar College, San Diego Community College District to establish early college pilot program with Mira Mesa High School. Superintendent Martin.
Are you seeing a theme tonight? This is about partnerships and all of the work that we do to bring forward the Vision 2020, the broad and challenging curriculum, and what it takes for this whole community to be engaged. So here's another item. With our expanding our partnership, as you know, we have our joint board meetings with the Community College District, and we have some very well-established partnerships on some of the campuses. And this item tonight is asking to expand the partnership to Mira Mesa High School students to Miramar College. We have not had students yet attending school at Miramar College, although we do on some of the other community college campuses. This is beginning that engagement. At this point, it's a pilot program, so 5 students from Mira Mesa High School will be joining this partnership and working with Miramar College, hopefully on a larger scale in the future. I want to thank Mira Mesa High School Principal Scott Giusti for long-term engagement in making this partnership happen, and this is the next stage. We worked also very closely with Miramar College President Patricia, how do I say her last name? Shia. Okay, thank you. So in that partnership, this is an agreement tonight, and we'll be looking at the pre-college services and assessments to be provided to the Mira Mesa High School students at future meetings, but this partnership is now launching this partnership agreement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. That passes unanimously. Item E5, LCAP Vision 2020 Implementation Report, Broad and Challenging Curriculum. Superintendent Martin.
Thank you. This is part of my monthly reports on how we're doing with implementation of our LCAP, and each month I give an update. I'd like to invite Cheryl Hiblin because she will help me present tonight's update, where we'll focus on LCAP Vision 2020 on the implementation of A through G requirements and how our district is doing, where we've been, where we are, and where we're going next. I'd like to thank Cheryl Hiblin, High School Resource Office, and a massive team of people that have worked with her to prepare this evening's report, and where we've been, what the progress has been up until now, and have our dialogue about this. As you know, it's the class of 2016. It's this year's 11th graders. Deja's looking at me like, yeah, I know. She probably knows all about this. This is the first class that will be graduating under the A through G graduation requirements. I want to thank Andrea Guerrero, I think she's in the audience, from Alliance San Diego, for your ongoing, and Matt is also out there, for ongoing engagement with San Diego Unified Alliance. San Diego is here tonight, but their role in UC A through G for All in that initiative really began in 2008 and 9, and I want to thank them for their continued support over the past 6 years of implementation. This is something that was passed long ago when I was a principal at an elementary school, and I've learned a lot about where we are, the moral purpose and equity that's behind what happened, and the partnership with the community to actually implement this. So this initiative, to be clear, is to ensure access for all students in our schools and to work on ways to prevent tracking and make sure that we have courses available and supports for our students. And the initiative is one that I'm very proud of, and Cheryl will begin this report.
Good afternoon, President Beiser, Superintendent Martin, and board trustees. Tonight it's my intention to narrate the timeline, history, and current reality of San Diego Unified in terms of the progress of our class of 2016 students and what they have made towards the 2016 UC A to G graduation requirements. The data we will observe and reflect on would not have been possible without the work of Ron Rohde, Peter Bell, and Dina Polakar, members of our district office team. It is my sincere hope that this data will be the catalyst that engages the San Diego Unified community and all of its stakeholders around ensuring that the system provides a standard of excellence and high achievement for all. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this work. So tonight I thought I would tell the history of where we've been with UC A to G. This is a lesson that I needed to know for myself entering this discussion on July 1st this year. In 2008 and 9, the Board of Education adopted a steering committee to develop recommendations and a plan for the implementation of UC A to G. In 2009 and 10, the Education Trust West did an audit and an analysis of the transcripts of students, and they met with staff and students at 5 different high schools to gather input around the status of A to G. These are their findings. The first finding is that San Diego Unified graduation requirements were not aligned with the A to G requirements. The second finding was that there were significant gaps in A to G success, which appeared by ethnicity. Finding number 3 was that there were significant gaps in access to A to G courses, which appeared by ethnicity. Finding 4 was there were significant gaps in access to A to G courses for English language learners, students with disabilities, and economically disadvantaged students. Finding number 5, there were wide disparities in A to G success rates that existed among San Diego high schools. Finding number 6, there were wide gaps that existed in access to AP and IB. And finding number 7, course grades of D's and F's were disproportionately affected A to G success. There were recommendations from this audit that were made in 2009. One of them was that in terms of curriculum and instruction, that we should reform the master schedule process, we should examine our grading policies, we should review the use of D grades across the district, and we should have open access to AP and IB courses. In terms of professional development, their suggestion was to evaluate and implement professional development throughout the district, expand the use of Parent Connection and individual school websites, coordinate elementary, middle, and high school curricula. In terms of student supports, create district-wide bridge programs, examine ways to meet the needs of special populations, develop a college-going culture district-wide, evaluate intervention and support programs both in class and outside of class, evaluate current staffing, they needed more math and world language teachers, create a district-wide format for course catalogs, and then under resource commitments, a priority needed to be made for resource allocations for A to G implementation. As we continue the timeline in 2010-11, the Education Trust West presented these audit findings to the Board of Education, and an A to G task force was created. That A to G task force made recommendations that were then approved by the Board of Education, and those recommendations included that we would align the district subject area requirements to A to G. We would require implementation of those requirements in 2016, and we would encourage and support students receiving D's and F's, and we added a career readiness expectation. In 2011-2012, the action teams for A to G met monthly. The advisory committee met quarterly. There were updates given to stakeholders. The career readiness component was rescinded. And in 2012-13, there was funding approved for A to G. In 12-13, graduation requirement letters were mailed to the class of 2016 and their parents. Leaders of UC A to G for all met monthly. Advisory committees met quarterly, and updates were provided. In 2013-2014, the 7,000 series courses were removed. Those were our special education specific courses that were not A to G. Graduation posters were posted in the classrooms outlining the expectations for 2016. There was a central office resource counselor whose job it was to work with high school on master schedules, ensuring that A to G options were included. Counselors met with 8th graders to make sure that they understood the new expectations. Graduation coaches were assigned to high schools, and 2,000 additional students were in summer school. In 2014-2015, the establishment of the high school office was created. High school counselors were given 4 extra days to come back and work prior to the school year. The graduation requirements letter was mailed again to the students, and the priorities for the high school office were high school graduation, A to G data, and master schedule. Currently, in conjunction with UCSD, there's a Sandera group that is working to look at this data over time as well for the class of 2016. So this is probably my favorite slide. So when I looked at all of the data, I looked at several articles that were provided to me by partners who, the question I had was, why A to G? Why would we do this? Who's doing it and why would we do it? And so in the data that I was able to look at, Los Angeles, Oakland, San Francisco, San Jose, and East Side Union, East San Jose, actually took this work up prior to San Diego. And when you looked at the articles in terms of why they did it, there were themes in each of these districts for why they made this shift, and a few of those themes were they wanted to prevent tracking, and some of that tracking was overt and some of it was unintentional, but there was tracking. Most of the research talked about this being a civil rights issue, that not everyone had access to a robust, meaningful curriculum and diploma, and that there was this desire to have consistency across the system in terms of the opportunities that children had, regardless of their background, their ethnicity, etc. They noticed that the qualification rates for getting into state systems or UC systems were significantly lower for African American and Hispanic students, and they were concerned, the community colleges, because many students were entering the system who needed to be remediated. One thing I thought was interesting looking at this data was that there seemed to be a San Diego way emerging out of the way that we decided to handle this business, and I think this is really important. There seems to be a desire, which I'm in complete support of, that we would not make categorical presumptions about whole groups not being able to meet goals. And what this means is, in some districts, when they saw that there were students who weren't going to make it, there just started to be a waiver process. Oh, let's waive this, let's waive that. And in some of the research that I looked at, it really showed that San Diego's intention was to be collaborative in the process process that we decided if there were students that could be compromised by this, but that we would not just say, well, English learners can't do this, or special ed kids can't do this, that we would have a process in place to collaborate with people in a meaningful way if there were students in any way that could be compromised for this process. And I hope that's something that we're still considering to do. A lot of things that came out of the San Diego paperwork were focused on quality. We want a quality process, we want a meaningful process, and we want a rigorous process. My favorite quote in all of the literature was the quote at the bottom, which says, "Gone must be the days when some youth get orange juice and some get orange drink." And I thought, oh my goodness, I have seen enough master schedules at this point to know that we are offering some orange drink. And I thought about my own life in this, and I may not look like somebody who would have, some of these issues, but I failed my entire first year of high school, and if someone had offered me orange drink, I probably wouldn't be sitting here today. So they gave me the orange juice, thank goodness. And then I looked at this issue of access. Has San Diego Unified prepared us in any way to be able to do this work? And the truth is they have. We have a course of study that has a healthy list of A to G coursework. We have an administrative procedure that clearly describes what we need to do in terms of meeting A to G. And principals have the ability to use A to G coursework in their master schedule. That happens, and sometimes there are choices that don't happen, but we have the ability to do that. So the other thing I thought was important tonight was there seems to be a lot of confusion around what San Diego's A to G really is. And the truth is, we are not asking students to meet University of California standards. We are not saying to you, you have to get C's in every subject, you have to take specific coursework. We're not saying that. What we're saying is that there isn't going to be orange drink offered in San Diego Unified. So there aren't going to be courses that some kids take because they can't do the work, and some courses that kids take because they can. We're going to eliminate that choice, and that's really what this effort is for us. So I'd just like to very quickly just talk about the issue of D's. Nowhere in the literature that I looked at from 2009 on did San Diego ever say we're going to eliminate D's. Might that happen in the future? I suppose possibly, but the D issue was never the issue here. We've allowed D's in the past to graduate. We're allowing D's in the future to graduate. We could certainly have an argument later what a D means, but that's not the argument at hand for this particular issue. The other thing that we have to remember is that the issue of meeting specific coursework. So let's talk about what that coursework means. So nothing has changed in the area of history. You can see on the slide that I have the UC requirements on one side and San Diego Unified's requirements on the other. There's been absolutely no change in the way that we capture graduation credits for history or the way that UC captures graduation credits for history. If you look in English, the UC requires 4 years of English, and we require 4 years of English. We will still be able to capture in ESL 5.6 because ESL 5.6 is UC A to G approved. Where we will see some fluctuations, and we have to watch this, is in how we schedule our English learners. And further on in the presentation, I'm going to talk a lot about that because we don't have a very consistent way of doing that, and that's becoming a problem in terms of what the data is telling us. So 4 years in San Diego Unified, 4 years at the UC. No changes there. Okay, next content area, mathematics. So there was a very significant change made in mathematics, and this really was an issue of equity and access, and that is there was an opportunity if we as principals felt that students were not going to make it in intermediate algebra, we were allowed to put them in a course called Unifying Algebra. That's the orange drink. And so we took the orange drink out of the curriculum, and that's the change in mathematics. The other change in mathematics, which isn't an A to G issue, but but it's just a sequencing issue, is that we moved to integrated mathematics. And integrated mathematics, if I'm invited back after this, I'd love to show you how that decision was actually incredible, because if you look at the way that Smarter Balance is going to be measuring us, the way geometry is fed through through integrated math is actually the way that we need to be teaching it. So that, not an A to G issue, but certainly a change. In terms of science, no change. So at the university, they require 2 years. In San Diego Unified, we've always upped the ante and required 3. In terms of foreign language, so this is a confused area, foreign language and VAPA. So we are requiring now in 2016, and in our broad and challenging curriculum, I was reading today in Vision 1 that we said we want students to be bilingual. And so we are requiring 2 years of a foreign language in 2016. What's different about that? And let me talk about VAPA too. So we're requiring a year of an F-approved course in VAPA. So prior to 2016, you had what we called Option A, Option B as a principle to qualify students. Option A was 2 semesters of a foreign language and 1 semester of a VAPA. You could combine those, and that met the requirement. Or 2 semesters of a VAPA and 1 semester of a practical art. So you had these combinations that you could do. Now it's foreign language and it is VAPA. And I will tell you that, having looked at this data, and I'm going to show you some of this later, you know, when you look at the overall rate, that isn't kids not being able to finish foreign language. Much of it is students not having access to foreign language. And so there is a huge difference there between the ability to speak another language and the ability to actually take the course. So we'll talk a little bit about that. VAPA, also, we have to be careful when we look at the data I'm about ready to present, because we have so many expectations in the lower grades. We don't have room sometimes for the VAPA courses in those grades, so you see them appear in the 11th and 12th grade. So we'll have to look at that, but those are 2 significant changes to the graduation requirements. Now, I want to spend some time here, because when we look at the overall data, it's important that you understand that this presentation tonight was about A to G completion. These are expectations San Diego Unified has that are not A to G. Right? So 2 years of PE, 8 electives, weighted GPA, passage rate of the KC, computer proficiency. So when you see some of the data I'm going to give you in A to G, you have to understand that if we were to add all of this into that pie chart, the numbers would be bigger. But we were trying to tell the truth about A to G, not the additional graduation requirements. If I need to come back and show you all of it together, I'd be happy to do that. But we wanted to give you the most transparent look at A to G, because there seem to be concerns about whether kids can actually meet those requirements. So we separated the extras from the A to G. One thing I will tell you, if you look at the weighted GPA, the 2.0 in grades 9 through 12, which I don't have a chart up because, again, I was discussing A to G, 5,704 students, 81.4% of the kids in the graduating class of 2016 are meeting that requirement. If you look at credits, which I guess if they're halfway through, that would be 22 credits, 5,860 kids have met 22 credits, which is 83.6%. If I would have added that in, we perhaps would have seen some changes in the data. But you're going to see A to G data, and I'm going to define what that means in just a second. So I was told by the data department, because I am not a mathematician, that we had to create a definition for what on track was midway through a cycle. And the complication here is that because some of these courses don't fall in specific grade levels, we couldn't just say, okay, cut it in half, 50%. That's it. It doesn't work that way, because the 22 credits that a student may have completed might not have been A to G courses. So we had to actually define what does A to G mean midway through the year. So what you're going to see is on track for us right now is that they have passed English 1-2, English 3-4, algebra, geometry, world history, biology, or physics, and at least 4 additional semester credits in any combination of science, world, language, and VAPA. And remember, the reason it's any combination is that sometimes foreign language and VAPA don't occur until the upper grades. So we would have skewed the data if we would have added it in the bottom. So if you look here, the graduation requirements are next to what we actually measured, which I'm hoping that makes sense in terms of halfway through their career as a student. Okay, so now we get to the slides of overall. And when I first saw this slide, again, not being a mathematician, I thought, how possibly could the overall be 59% when all the content areas are so high? And so it was explained to me by our mathematicians that of the 5,231 kids that we see on track in ELA, some of those students, 525 of them, have fewer than 4 credits in math. So we're seeing that students in the content areas are capturing a lot of completion, but to be overall, they need to have all of it, and that's where it's separated. That's why that number looks so low. I wanted to see what was the difference for class of 2014. So if this is what class of 2016 looks like, and they have a higher standard of expectation for graduation, what did the class of 2014 look like? And so if you look at this data, the class of 2016 in terms of readiness, it is far more ready than the class of 2014. So then, it occurred to me, and this slide has caused quite a bit of concern, apparently, that do we really need to know what the 59% is? Because to be totally honest with you, I'm more interested in the 41, right? 59% of the kids have met the criteria we've set. Who are those 41%? Those are the ones where my work lives. When I leave here, what do I do tomorrow? It's in that yellow part of the pie. So we asked ourselves, well, what is going on with that part of the pie? And while this may be alarming, I suppose, to the general public, I will tell you as a 10-year principal at a high school, this is not alarming. This is reality. We have to remediate students for a variety of reasons in the 11th and 12th grade. So I suppose this might look like it is extremely, oh my goodness, but this is the reality for many of us who receive children who have not had access to certain courses, who have received Fs throughout their educational career, and they end up at high school and go, what do you mean I can't get Fs and still move on? So this is where the systems work lives. So in this pie chart, I was really interested in the fact that if you added the orange area, which is 18%, these are the kids that are missing more than a semester due to F grades. So this is a greater number than one semester of F grades. This could mean straight Fs, this could mean a year of Fs, this could mean 3 years of Fs, but if you combine that with the 95% that are missing one semester, this is where you start to see the Fs. This is where you start to see that we have a credit completion issue. And so one of the things I looked at was, well, do we? So I looked at some iHigh data. And I said, well, how many courses are we remediating? So last year, in 2013, 2014, how many seniors in that class remediated credits? 668. And then if you add the seniors to the non-seniors and the summer, we remediated 1,643 credits in iHigh. That's just iHigh. That's not summer school. That's not extended day. That's not remediating within the school year. That's just iHigh. So we clearly have something we need to work on, and one of the things it looks like to me is we need to deal with first-time failure. We need interventions in place to deal with first-time failure. So then I looked at class of 2014. So if class of 2016 had those particular concerns, what did class of 2014 look like? Well, no surprise, it's the same categories. Because, and this, again, I'm not a mathematician, but I was looking for trends, and it looks to me like the raise in graduation requirements have actually, we've seen an increase in their ability to do things, but we still have the same buckets of issues, which tells me we have a systems problem. So then I looked at how did 2014 and 2016 compare to each other in terms of subgroups. And if you look, the class of 2016 in terms of subgroups is actually performing, or their readiness is higher than the class of 2014, although their expectations are higher in terms of graduation. The only area that you see a flat line is in the English learner area, and that is something that I plan to talk about in just a minute, because that's an area we definitely need to spend some time around. The other thing I would point out about this slide is that we separated the reclassified English learners because I think there's a story there, which is that if you're a reclassified English learner, you're actually outperforming some of the subgroups. But if you're a long-term English learner or a newcomer, you are not. And that, I don't believe, is a can or can't do. Some of that is an access issue, and I want to talk specifically about that. The other thing, too, that I wanted to bring up is that before we go into some of the actual school slides, if you look at how students in these individual schools did on their A to G completion rate, and you can find this on the web, the readiness level I'm about to show you in many of the schools is actually higher than their A to G rate was in 2013, 2010, and 2007. So I am going to, in the interest of time, not go through every single slide, but I am going to go to Henry and Hoover so that I can explain how we might look at this. So this first Henry slide is you're looking at the first slide I showed you for the district overall, and you're seeing that overall students at Henry, 76% of them their readiness level is they're on track. If you look at Henry's subgroups, this is where you start to see, and the N number at the bottom, that's the total number of students that you have in the group. So if you look at the English language learners, of the 19 English language learners at Hoover, 4 of them were on track for A to G, or their readiness. So you can see that the numbers and the inside are corresponding to actual students. If you look at Henry, though, on their A to G completion, so overall, and if I go back to this slide, you see 76%. The readiness of Henry students is 76%. If you look at their 2013 actual A to G completion rate, it's 54%. If you look at their class of 2010 completion rate, it's 68%. If you look at their class of 2007, it's 47%. Now if we move to Hoover, here is Hoover is 33% overall in terms of their readiness, and you can see that this clearly looks different than the prior slide. And then if you look at subgroups, you start to see that we also there you have 126 English learners, and 9 of them are on track. I will tell you this particular slide made me do some digging, and I went in and hand credit checked all of Hoover's class of 26 transcripts, and I will tell you that there are access issues in the cluster in terms of access to world language. There are access issues in terms of computer literacy, and the way in which ELs are currently scheduled, we need to take a look at the consistency, because some of them who were scheduled in different ways, you see them more on track than some that were scheduled in different ways. Okay, so in the interest of time, if you want to see all of the other slides for every single school in the district, they're on the website. Sure. So Hoover's overall rate on that slide was 33%. In 2013, it was 36%. In 2010, it was 38%. In 2007, it was 35%. I can tell you that of all the schools in the district, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 whose A to G rates in those slides are actually higher than the 3 years, and I can provide you with that information. 12, there are 1, 2, 3, well, there's small schools and then there's alternative schools, so there are 12, and I'll provide you guys with a copy of this, but I think there's some, like for example, Kearney CTA, and I passed that slide, but Kearney CTA is showing 55% readiness, but their A to G completion rate in 2013 was 27%. Their completion rate in 2010 was 60, and their completion rate in 2007 was 53. So you can see that if this is an indicator for readiness, that I mean, again, it looks as though in terms of readiness that they're ready, or they're going to be ready. All right. So there are a lot of schools. Forgive me. So the other piece that I wanted to talk about, and I'll just keep clicking through here, is, so do we have sites that have never used unifying algebra that have exceptional scores? And unifying algebra is a non-A to G math requirement, so I'm hoping that I'm going to get to that slide eventually. Okay, here we go. So I looked up the data from the high schools to find out which schools are actually using non-A to G math and which schools are not using non-A to G math. So what you see in this...
Cheryl, can you explain why that was important? Because I think that was significant. Sure. Why did you decide that you needed to look at that?
Well, so...
What does it mean if they're offering that?
What I wanted to find was a place that didn't offer A to G, the non-A to G, the orange drink. I wanted to find a place that refused to offer the orange drink and see if their scores, see if the proficiency of their students and the success of their students could outscore other areas. Because I think the A to G issue sometimes is, well, can the kids do it? And I'm a believer that any kid can do any of this. It's about us.
Given the support.
Yes, it's about us. So I believe that it's about the adults and what the adults do, and that every kid can do this. So I wanted to find a place where that was true. So I looked at who doesn't use unifying algebra. Those are the schools on the left. Who is using unifying algebra? And the asterisk, the little star, that means that they're still using it. So their seniors are in it this year. So their juniors aren't in it this year because it's not a graduation requirement, but their seniors are in it. And then I just pulled up, well, of these schools that are using it, who's in it? And you have to be careful with this data because you have to look at the total enrollment of the school in terms of ethnicity. So you can't just assume that certain places, oh gosh, look at that, they have all of this particular subgroup in unifying. You have to look at the big picture. But I think this is an interesting slide when you look at where is the unifying, who's in the unifying. And then, of course, and I may be partial to this particular place, but so I knew that Anna Diaz-Booz at Kearney SIB, I knew she had two driving issues when she became a principal in 2004. One was English learners were going to thrive in her school no matter what, and she would never use a non-A to G math option. She's a mathematician. So I went in and said, okay, I'm going to look at 3 years of Anna Diaz-Booz's API. And I think this slide is going to tell us a story for the future, which is, under the right circumstances, look at that. California requires an 800 for you to be considered on track at a school. I challenge you to find a school where the English learners are performing at the level of every other group. And it's not like she has 9. She has 125 in 2011. She had 115 in 2012. She has 90 in 2013, and remember, that could be because she redesignated. But look at these API. I mean, if we want to know where to go as a system to ensure A to G, we can't admire a school like this from a distance and say, what a great leader. We have to study that school and figure out, what is she doing, what works, and then replicate that in places where we see it's not. And I can tell you, she has strong beliefs around AVID, she has strong beliefs around personalization, she has strong beliefs around high expectations for all, which is what A to G is about. And look at the success of these children. I just think this speaks volumes for the work we need to do, which is find out where this is working and why. I also looked at Kearney SIB's graduation rate against the districts, and I think that it speaks for itself that she has many subgroups, and she is outperforming the overall district graduation rate, not using non-A to G mathematics. Okay, so what did I find out about world language enrollment? Middle school language enrollment, depending upon the school and the cluster, is somewhere between 4.1 and 57%, depending upon the cluster. And if at any point you are interested in knowing the exact numbers of students that are enrolled in those classes, I have a report that I can show you as to which courses, how many kids are in it, and what percentage are in it through the cluster. There are exceptions. Of course, the Language Academy and Longfellow, who are language schools, they're the exception due to the school-wide focus. There are 2 middle schools that do not offer world language at all. In terms of alignment, this is an area we have to watch, and I think what happens here is that schools get excited about offering a foreign language, and then all of a sudden we don't think about how it affects the cluster. So an example one, and I don't want to pick on these schools, I use the beginning of the alphabet. So Claremont cluster, you see they have Spanish, 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 and then the extra foreign language is German. But in the Crawford cluster, Spanish, French, French, Mandarin, Spanish, French. So if I'm at Mann and I take Mandarin Chinese and I pass a year, if I get to Crawford, I don't have an option to take Mandarin Chinese. And I don't think these things are done intentionally. I think people get excited, they open up a foreign language. We have to talk in our clusters about what we're doing and be aligned. In terms of next steps.
I'm just going to pause for a minute just to contextualize what Cheryl's doing right now for the board and the public to understand that she's moving into the next steps phases of her presentation, and she started with world language, that we have very clear, based on where we've been, that was very important that we had the history of where we've been, how did we get to where we are we currently, look at the data school by school, she gave some examples, and now what are the next steps? And in the categories, we've already identified when we have off track, when we have an issue. It could be in certain areas. So in the area of world language, in the area of intervention, in the area of master schedule planning, in the area of ICC revisions, that's where we need to take our next steps, because when we make adjustments in those 4 big areas, we will impact the data that you see right now. And she did that through the appreciative lens. Positive deviance I've always talked about. Look at how did Anna Diaz-Booz do that at Kearney, and what do we need to do district-wide around world language, intervention, master schedule planning, ICC revisions. So you're hearing now, here are the next steps so that we can take it to have the data and the dials begin to move in these 4 broad categories. So now you can go to your next steps.
That's why she's the superintendent. Okay. So the next steps for world language, these are my findings. We need to align the world language options in our clusters. We need to increase the enrollment of middle school students in world language. We need the access. Something I would consider is to offer American Sign Language options for students who may struggle with speech as an option in our schools or in summer school. I think we need to collaborate with IEP teams to determine the best options for diploma-bound students with IEPs. Something interesting that I found out about there's an exam that you can take to show proficiency in a language, and it's called the Language Other Than English exam. And we have several of these exams in about 5 languages. The issue, though, is that the way they currently are written, they are written to measure the seal of biliteracy, which is the 3rd year of foreign language. So it's not measuring our graduation requirements. So one of the things that I asked Mary in the OLA office was, can we have two versions? Can we have a version of the exam that measures the seal of biliteracy and have a version of the exam that measures our graduation requirement? And just so you know, this is really important, and I don't want people to think, oh, she's saying that we shouldn't teach foreign language. No, what I'm saying is that if a student already has mastery in the language, and perhaps they don't have mastery in the English language, we could allow them to demonstrate mastery and take literacy classes that they need to pass the core. So this is just opening options. I'm not saying we shouldn't teach foreign language. In fact, we need more foreign language in the middle school, so I'm saying more teachers. So early identification of students, we need to early identify them. We're not identifying these kids till the 11th grade. Why? I don't know, but we're going to identify them early. So I'd like to see 6th grade. I like to see 6th grade. If we've got kids that are going home and living a biliterate life, let's identify them, and if they need intervention in another area, let's open the master schedule up for that, for them to have that. And then I am told by the OLA department that we could start this in spring, that we could start identifying and testing so that we can put interventions in the master schedule, and we need to do that.
Does that require board action?
I don't know. Does it? I don't know. We're revising the exams. I'm not sure, but I'll find out.
There are a lot of things that are done that are the superintendent directive so that she can get her job done to support the students. So I'm sure we'll look into that, and if it requires board action, we'll definitely put that on the first agenda we can.
Okay. Some other areas that are not in this slide that I wanted to mention, we have 5 year-round middle schools and 6 K-8 middle schools that do not end their academic year until the 3rd week of July. This does not allow them to participate in a summer bridging program offered by the high school summer program. And so this is a calendar issue, and I know that's a hot potato, but getting these schools aligned would be a helpful thing to think about. And I'll leave it at that.
That's an item later tonight.
Yes, that's okay. That's an item later tonight. And then the other thing that I was looking at was we have 17 CTE courses, career technical education courses, that the University of California recognizes as fine art credit, and we do not give fine art credit for it. Da, da, da. Okay. And then in terms of intervention, so this data for me, what really mattered was the human component, the students. Like this data is overview data. So I've been going into the transcripts and looking at the transcripts, and it's my hope to give every high school principal an overview of their school based on the transcripts and some recommendations along with the area soups, us working together on how each high school, I'm calling it 1.5. That's what we've got to 2016. So a 1.5 plan. And so I'm hoping that I will be able to, my office will be able to provide the principals with that based on that transcript review. Things we're going to have to think about in order to intervene. Extended day options. We might have to look at the assets, 21st Century Grant, how we could leverage that to take care of this. Summer school coursework, utilization of online options, LOTE options, Casey Prep, interventions, 1.5-year planning, and we have to look at the way we schedule kids. When I've been looking at these transcripts, we have different people handling summer school differently, and I'll give you an example of that. We're putting kids in summer school to remediate D's before we're remediating F's. We are putting kids in algebra, they pass algebra in middle school, we put them back in it in 9th grade, they pass it, we put them back in 10th grade and pass it. And I'm thinking, what does that mean? We don't trust the grades of the person before us? I mean, I can't speak for them, but there are things in the transcript that are telling a very deep story about the fact that we need to get aligned. And let's see. We're getting there. The next thing is we have to look at preventing first-time failure. So the master schedules, we need to drive them. We need to go back to looking at data and identifying the gaps, the achievement gaps, and making sure that the fiscal and human components in our master schedules and our budgets are actually prioritizing the gaps. And the thing that's banging up against that is tradition. We've always done this at this school, and this is important to us. We have to go into our clusters and show them this data and say, doesn't this matter? Doesn't it matter that this particular column is not making it, and what are we going to do as a community to make sure that they do? We have an early warning system coming, which will be very helpful. And then we need to collaborate with the community around what the ELL pathways need to look like. Okay, and then finally, some of my next steps, working with alongside of the area superintendents, are to develop a master schedule planning session that will be consistent across the clusters, and it needs to be data driven. It needs to support our A to G goals. It needs to have interventions in it that are clearly guided by data, and we need to reduce the first time failure of students. I've already worked with the ICC to revise our process, and we will be submitting A to G coursework. So we have all courses that are in the core will be sent straight to the university system for A to G approval, and then we have a separate plan for courses that aren't A to G, like physical education. And then finally, this is the last slide. This is a K-12 effort, and this is the high school principal in me speaking right now. If high schools are the only ones responsible for this effort, we are going to be in a constant state of triage. There is just no way that this cannot be a K through 12 issue, and that it's excellence. We're demanding excellence K through 12. Well, right now we're looking at short-term intervention, which I would call triage, and long-term intervention, which I believe is that systemic change that I'm really excited about. We need our middle schools to offer world language, computer literacy, and A to G math, and we need to create meaningful interventions, and they need to be embedded, but most importantly monitored, to make sure that the interventions we have in place are actually working.
Well, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. It was long, it was thorough, but it was honest, though. It was honest, and we need to be clear, we need to be transparent, we need to know what our current state is so that we can address it. And then point of clarification, Cheryl, when we're talking about San Diego Unified A through G graduation requirements, and then you mentioned on page 19, there's some additional 8 electives and 2 years of PE and some other things. Are the A through G graduation requirements, are they the graduation requirements now of the district? Is that how, so for example, if we look at one of our high schools and it says that only 29% of the students are on track and they're juniors and we're going into second semester, is that a true depiction of students that are on track to graduate or not?
So if you're asking me if, like, for example, the overall percentage, the 59% for the district, if that's a linear prediction of graduation, no. No, because...
Nor is the 29% she's talking about.
No,
right.
No, because remember, we isolated the things that, the areas that we thought were the change. Because I think the concern around this was, oh my goodness, you changed things, those changes are going to cost us, right? So we isolated that. And what we're seeing is, it's not necessarily the changes we made, it's that we have issues, first-time failure issues. So no, it's not a linear line. If you see 29%, it doesn't mean that school's graduation rate is going to be 29%. That's a readiness mark for the A to G courses that were isolated in the slide that listed on track. That doesn't mean the kids haven't taken PE and passed it. That doesn't mean they don't have a high enough GPA. No, it's not a direct line. No. No.
So, I guess what I like to know is how are we going to track that we have, and how do we ensure that we have a uniform approach? What are the safety mechanisms? And perhaps that's too broad, and I know you've outlined some interventions. But I guess our greatest challenge is making sure that perhaps, our counselors and, all of the persons on our team have the appropriate training. And then how do we make sure that the same thing is happening at all schools? We can say that that's what we want. We have our interventions, but how do we track that to ensure that it actually happens? That's the accountability challenge, I guess you would say. Or maybe I should say that that's what's on my mind. Yeah. Not that you necessarily will answer that question, but that's what we need to figure out.
That was part of the creation of the high school resource office in terms of the line of accountability is with the area superintendents and the principals, and the area superintendents working with the principals with a vision for master schedule, a vision for what the requirements are, that the high school resource office then is able to support the accountability line. So area superintendents, when we do our walkthroughs, we do our work with our principals, we talk about master schedules. The master schedule is not delegated to somebody else to just do and put people in classes. It's actually driven by a vision, and Cheryl's office, the creation of the high school resource office, is the way that we implement and provide support to the schools about how to do that. When she says she hand looked at every single transcript at Hoover, she's not there. It's not about saying it's right or wrong or got you. It's about, okay, so where are you right now? What has happened? Now what are we going to do next? She's coming in as support. Accountability comes through our area superintendents, but this is all about support, and the data, as I've always said, is a flashlight. We've got the flashlights on. Right. We've got the floodlights on right now, and we're seeing where we need to put more support, and it's important that we do that now. When she talked about a 1.5 plan, she knows she has a year and a half to put intensive support in a triage way in schools where we need to do that, and she's identified where that is, and it's not a same model for each school where here's a top-down decision around how you're going to get everybody on track for A through G or increase or move that dial. It's school by school. Where is the issue? Is a certain scheduling issue? Is it an access issue? Do we have courses that we're offering we shouldn't be offering anymore? It's a different scenario at different schools, and that's what Cheryl helps us understand.
Right. And I think that we also know that when we seek to address these issues in the short term, definitely, and especially in the long term, we can see that that's going to require additional resources and additional supports. And right now, San Diego Unified has a district-wide strategy. We're the second largest school district in the state of California. I get that. But when we look at the racial disparities in special education, and then we look at those disparities across San Diego Unified, it's clear what populations are underperforming across the district, and then it's very clear as to what schools are underperforming in the district. And that's, we may have a district-wide approach, but we're going to have targeted resources and support within this district-wide strategy. So I'm just saying, what I'm putting out there is that we have a big challenge. You've clearly identified the interventions that need to take place, but it's going to take a lot of concerted effort and resources and targeting to realize the outcomes that we need in 1.5 years. That's all.
Right. Let's go ahead and hear public comment, and then we can continue, Vice President Foster, with conversations and dialogue around some of the recommended steps to address the progress report we've received tonight. All right, so let's go ahead and hear from some public testimony speakers on this agenda item. Are there any additional speaker slips that have been submitted? Okay, great.
Yes. I didn't know. Appreciate it.
All right, let's hear from Imani Robinson.
Thank you.
All right, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, gosh. Okay, here we go. I am very excited that you're here. I feel like I've been finally seeing everything that I've been talking to everyone about actually going and being implemented, and I'm excited about that. Also, as far as what you stated about starting young, starting from K, or actually transitional K, we need support in the classrooms. There are 27, 30, 24 students in the class with one teacher. It is impossible for every student to learn. You also spoke on collaborations and partnerships. I think we need to go back to maybe creating some type of honor program for graduating teachers and get them back into the classroom. And the new teachers that you hire, instead of giving them all that work and not focusing on their classrooms, that you put that work in that honor program and let them solely focus on their classrooms. There's absolutely no common sense in the Common Core math, and we really need to focus on that. You stated in yours, math is the issue. It's the issue for my sons. It's the issue for my niece. It's an issue for many students. We talked about math. I heard you speak on mathematicians. We need to get those mathematicians to the staff and get them to go beyond the book on how to look at it. You have learners, and I love the fact that you understand that there are learners that learn differently, so you're going to have to teach these kids differently. And back to the transitional K, I'm learning. I teach financial literacy, which I'm very happy to see. You're taking care of high school. I'm working on elementary. These kids, I love them. They're learning how to write on their own. It's called language arts. Please go back to teaching them how to write correctly. It's an art to writing. It's an art to making letters and numbers. That needs to be put back into the classrooms so they're not struggling. Just to put a sentence together, they don't even know how to put the letter together. And that's not fair to these kids. And you're not going to get that success. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you. Alberto Ochoa.
I'm Alberto Ochoa, and I'd like to represent the Latino Advisory Committee to the Superintendent. I'm very encouraged by the report. We're in the right direction, but I'd like to make some points in relation to his moral purpose that was mentioned in terms of access to opportunity, and I'm in agreement with Ms. Foster in terms of the need to really look at those schools, specifically highly ethnically and linguistically diverse, that are not progressing as fast as they can with respect to the A2G. So what do we need to do? We need to increase the focus and the intensity. So now is the time to focus the intensity of the work that we need to be done. I am a little perplexed in terms of we keep focusing on the high school, and basic skills take place at the elementary level. So how do we align the K-12 process from elementary to middle school to high school? But I want to stress the need for us that the A2G begins in developing and creating this college-going culture in preschool and at home. So we need to work with community. We need to intensify. We need to communicate with our parents. I am very concerned with respect to the English learner. We do have a strong board policy passed in August of 2009. So where are we with respect to the intensity of that program, specifically for English learners? And non-English learners. I think the report points to the need to use the data how are we going to support newcomers, how are we going to support special education students, English learners, so-called at-risk students, as well as long-term English learners. So the last point, I'd like to also once again emphasize the importance of early intervention for us to create this college-going culture. But I applaud the direction that we're going. Is it sufficient? No. We're in the right direction, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ochoa. Anne Marie Haney.
Good evening. I wish there were time to address this whole magnificent work that's being done, and certainly is timely. I do have a concern, as you may know, about scheduling in the middle school and schools that have a 6-period day, because students then find themselves with only one elective in grades 7 and 8, and they are strongly advised to take world language and free up their high school curriculum. Can we put in something in this document that suggests that there is a way for middle schools to adjust their schedules so that that choice doesn't have to be made? Dr. Garcia was just telling me when she was at Roosevelt, we had both foreign language and music, of course. Schools have foreign language and music. I said no. We have a school that has one period of 6th grade music, that's it, and the 7th and 8th grade students come after school only Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday because of late buses, and they have music once a week orchestra, once a week band, and then every other week a second day. These are students who started in 4th grade, have developed their skills, have played in honor concerts, and that's the only avenue open to them. I think there are 80 students who come after school on alternate days. So somehow, in working out all this solution, as we talk about adding more world languages, my concern is that it shouldn't be an either or. We know that the students in the honor concerts in Symphony Hall raise their hands the number of years that they've been in those honor concerts, and it's because they've been enrolled. You can't participate if you're not enrolled. You're not eligible to even audition. And I want to say that San Diego High School had about, I think that one of the students told me, 12 students in music and performing groups until Dr. Garcia brought Jose Diaz there. He has 80 in the band and 80 in the orchestra in addition to his other music classes. So it can be done. And I have a wonderful article that I'm going to send you online because I don't have enough copies for everyone. But this is the Wall Street Journal and more scientific reports on the dynamic expansion of the brain, all of the benefits that we see. And may I say music is a world language? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne Marie. Katie Anderson.
Hi there. Past co-chair of GATE DAC, and actually my daughter, who's now at Mesa because she took the proficiency exam, was in the class of 16. So I've been aware of this for quite a while, and so this is great news for Scripps Ranch, isn't it? Let's access what's happening there, what's going on in Scripps Ranch. I find this report really upsetting, and that it shows kind of the abject lack of proper management of this district. When you look at the unifying math still being in 12 out of 16 schools, that is not raising the bar at all. I loved the examples you gave. I think originally it was a feel-good vote by the board. Yeah, let's align with A to G. That's a wonderful thing to do. And it looks like some policy was created. I don't really understand what those groups were doing that were meeting every other week. How do we have 2 middle schools without world language? And how can we get music to be accepted as a VAPA A to G in middle school so that if they want to do music, they can get the A to G credit in middle school, something like that, The issue with the Ds, I feel like the district is doing a bait and switch. If the district says that A to G, the district's A to G is fulfilled and you can still get Ds in your classes and graduate, you don't really have A to G because you can't go to the UC with that. So why are we calling this effort A to G? If we're allowing Ds, we are not doing A to G work. That really needs to be looked at seriously. So I will close with a positive statement. Cheryl Hiplin, I'm so glad to see this amazing work. You're obviously intelligent and thorough and honest, and I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Amy Redding.
This failure to serve the students of San Diego Unified is a case of negligence by the trustees. Not only do you make policy, but you are to hold the district accountable for the implementation. You can't wait for the last 3 semesters out of 12 to look at A through G completion when the lives of students hang in the balance. There are no excuses. Your advisory leaders, parents, and even the press have been warning you since A through G was up for debate and all along the way. As the chair of the DAC, I warned you, and I warned you when the LCAP came for its first reading. And now 5 months later, and an opportunity for summer school and the fall semester enrollment long gone, you're looking at the problem. This will be costly and will affect the lives of thousands of students and their families. You should know that San Diego Unified is a huge bureaucracy, and that important policy decisions like high school graduation requirements call out for a high level of scrutiny and constant follow-up. You've let the students of San Diego Unified down. If you want to abdicate your authority on the oversight and the accountability portion of your job, I recommend the advisory leaders for the job. They're very knowledgeable in this area. They're not afraid to offer their educated opinions. They are willing to hold the district accountable, and they'll work hard for even less money than a trustee. Thank you.
Lindsay Birmingham.
Good evening, Superintendent, school board members. First of all, I wanted to start by applauding the commitment of Alliance San Diego. I know some of which are here, and their commitment to the students of San Diego and a quality education for all of them. I also want to applaud the district. We do see progress in this data. The district has made a commitment. I know some may think it's too late, but there's time to help support these students. We need to give these students the needed resources to ensure that they meet these A through G requirements. We need to make secondary class sizes a priority so that the students actually have the attention they need for the individual attention that they need. We need to make sure that schools are adequately staffed with nurses and counselors so that there's the emotional and physical safety of these students is protected and that they are actually ready to learn when they are in the classroom. The increased class size, the increased class offerings that I know the superintendent saw me smile when you mentioned that, in terms of increasing the number of teachers that are in the schools providing these programs to students is huge. And I think the first 2 speakers that came before me mentioned starting early. I think that's a big thing also, that we can't just rely on our high school teachers. We need to be looking at what we can do at the middle schools and the elementary schools to help support all of our students. So again, I think together we can ensure that the students have access to the quality education that they deserve and that the students of 2016 will meet these requirements. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Isidro Ortiz. All right. David Morales.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. My name is David Morales, and I'm here to speak on the value and the importance of the A through G graduation requirements. Some of you might remember me as being one of the student advocates for the adoption of the A through G curriculum as a senior at Mission Bay High School. In 2009, the June of my senior year, despite the controversy and arguments based on low expectations for students, the board chose to adopt the A through G requirements and agreed to provide adequate support to make sure that all students, without any exceptions, have access to college and career preparatory curriculum. As new data on the progress of A through G implementation is released, many people and the press have jumped to the conclusion that little progress has been made, or that this new graduation requirement will impair the district's graduation rate. However, data does show that A through G is not the problem. In 2009, what the new A through G curriculum mandated was a third year in math and a 2-year sequence in a foreign language. Data has demonstrated that the class of 2016 is exceeding in these expectations when it comes to these specific changes in the graduation requirements. The data clearly shows that the problems that are affecting our students are problems that have always been present, such as failing grades. This is what is preventing our students from being able to be on track, not A through G. So of course, there are still some gaps in the district and among schools, but we knew this would be a challenge. We knew that it wasn't going to be easy, and yet we made a commitment to provide the adequate support for all students in their task to meet this college and career preparatory curriculum. We did it because we knew it was the right thing to do. It was the just thing to do. So 5 years later, I'm still here, the parents are still here, the community is still here, and we hope that this district is still here with us, supporting our students. We hope that the district continues to support the access and implementation of A through G to ensure that all students are college and career ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morales.
David, did you go to, you went to a UC, correct?
Correct. UC,
yes. Yes, that's the other question.
Yes, after Mission Bay, I did go to UCSD. I'm now a teacher, a Spanish teacher at San Diego Early Middle College, which is a high school here in the district.
Thank you. Andrea Guerrero.
Thank you, distinguished school board members and superintendent. The new graduation requirements are a game changer in this district, and I applaud you for the progress that you have made in implementing the new graduation requirements. The data shows that our students are capable of more when we raise the expectations. We need to ensure that we provide the targeted support needed so that even more students are prepared for the 21st century. So we are heartened by data that shows that 70% are near or on track. 70% are near or on track to completing the A through G requirements. That is critically important. And why is that important? Because not only do we have an equity imperative, but we have an economic imperative. Our economic imperative is this, that by 2020, the California Public Policy Institute tells us that 7 out of every 10 jobs in this state are going to require a college education, whether that's an associate's degree at a community college or a university degree or higher. 7 out of 10. So when we started this conversation 7 years ago, only 4 out of 10 high school seniors were graduating ready to go on to either a community college or a university. Only 4 out of 10. That was abominable, and you did something about it. And now we're looking at a readiness of 70%, 7 out of 10 students who are near or on track. That is remarkable. We have a long way to go. We need to figure out what how we can help that other 30%, specifically how we can help the English learners, how we can help the newcomers to the district, the high-risk students, and others. And the special ed students. We need to focus on those students now. But we have made remarkable progress, and it's important to acknowledge how far we've come. And when you look at schools like Lincoln High School, for example, we see that while the readiness level is still low, it's twice as high as it was when we started this conversation. Twice as high. We have a long way to go, but we have made progress with every school district. So I applaud you. As my colleague said earlier, this was never going to be easy, but you're taking the hard steps. You're looking into the floodlight to see what we need to do, and I thank you for it. And I have, thank you. I have statements here from Alliance San Diego that I'd like to share.
Thank you very much. That concludes public comment on the item. Just for public to understand, this is an information item that the board members have been asking for several times. We've had meetings over the last year and a half. We did have a task force that met for several years to try to address supports and systems of support. And this is an information item. There's not necessarily any action right now because there are already staff, such as Ms. Hiblin, who's doing a phenomenal job of assessing where we are, the progress report, so to speak, and then figuring out what are we going to do now to support these students so that they can succeed and graduate. And so I really appreciate Ms. Hiblin for all of your work and Superintendent Cindy Martin for focusing on this issue. At this point in time, I'd like to turn it over to any board members with comments or questions. Trustee Barrera?
So, I mean, first of all, just incredible work, Cheryl Hiblin and Superintendent Martin. The confidence in the not just the management of this district, but the leadership of this district continues to grow, and we see the focus that Cheryl Hiblin is bringing from your track record of success at Kearney High School and now lifting that up throughout the district. A couple of things. First of all, I think that there's been a narrative that's been put out in the last week or so, or even longer, and it goes back to, as I think Andrea Guerrero talked about, all the way back to the time we passed this policy in 2009, that if we set higher standards for graduation, if we set higher standards, higher expectations for students, that a consequence of that is going to be that fewer students graduate on time, that our graduation rate is going to suffer. We've seen actually just in the last 5 years, the graduation rate in San Diego Unified has gone from about 79% to about 89%. So the graduation rate has risen over this time that we have been phasing in these requirements. And we actually, I thought it was very clear, Cheryl, that you looked at the class of 2016 and compared it to the class of 2014. And what we see is the class of 2014, about an 89% graduation rate, and yet at the midway point, that class of 14 overall throughout the district, only half of those students were on track to successfully complete A to G. Now 59% of students are in the class of 2016 at this midway point are on track to complete A to G. So I think what we can expect is while we will continue to have a very high graduation rate in the district, that graduation rate is actually becoming more meaningful. That a high school diploma is actually more meaningful today than it was 2 years ago, or certainly than it was 5 years ago. So today, having increased our standards and increased our expectations to students, we see that a higher percentage of our students are actually on track to meet A to G requirements as compared to even 2 years ago. So we're not going to see a fall in our graduation rate as a result of our higher standards. That's a narrative that I disagreed with when people proposed it 5 years ago when we passed this policy, and it's a narrative that's proved to be false. It's not going to happen. We're not going to see decreased graduation rates as a result of setting higher expectations. What we're going to see is a graduation rate that actually continues to rise, but more importantly, graduation is going to mean more today than it did 2 years ago or 5 years ago. I think there were a couple of important points here. One is, if you actually look back to that original 2009 board policy, we were explicit that this is not a strategy that begins in high school. We were explicit, as Dr. Ochoa talks about, that this is a policy that begins with the younger grades. And so I appreciate, and that's work that has been done, but I appreciate, Cheryl, you calling that out as needing to be more of a focus going forward. We also in 2009 focused, and this would be something that I might ask, in future progress reports, we focused on the gap between access rates and success rates at different schools, throughout the district. So we see that data reflected right now in terms of the percentage of students who are on track, but it would be good to see data that, for instance, looked at the percentage of students that actually have full access to an A to G curriculum across the district, and do we have gaps, in certain schools. And this gets to, I think, Trustee Foster's point that as we bring this floodlight to bear, and as we look at the data, it's going to become clearer and clearer, as it has, in the work that's been done to date, that we need to do more in certain parts of the district, certain schools in the district, both in the feeder patterns and then into the high schools. I do think it's important, for purposes of a flashlight, not a hammer, I do want to get the report of
hammers work.
Well, yeah, but I want to get the report of the schools in the district that we've seen a little bit of a decline. I am concerned that we've seen a decline at Hoover High School, while overall across the district and in many high schools we've seen an increase in readiness. And so we need to go in and provide particular support to those schools. But we continue to be on a pathway in this district. The same people who were here 5 years ago challenging this district to set higher expectations for all of our students are still here, have been with us all the way across this journey. I'm so proud of David Morales for being here. He was here as a voice for high expectations and equity as a senior, and he's here now as a teacher in our district. As we hear from the Teacher Pipeline Task Force, I think David is the model of what we're trying to do throughout this district. Our community partners are here. The leadership in our district is more focused and more capable than it ever has been to move this policy forward. We will not retreat from a policy that says a high school diploma has to actually mean something. My son is in the class of 2016. There was never any question that he was going to have a full A to G curriculum and he was going to graduate prepared to go to college. So why is that a question for any student in this district? It can't be. We're not going to go backwards. And I would, again, challenge folks who want to misunderstand data to continue a narrative that somehow, if we expect a high school education and a K-12 education to mean something, that there are certain students that can't measure up. That narrative is just a false narrative. It's a stale narrative, never been true, and the opposite has been the case in what we've seen in this district over the last 5 years and the progress that we're going to see over the next several years. No room for orange drink in this district or frankly anywhere in the public education system. One of the things that we talked about when we started this process 5 years ago is that if you took 10 high school freshmen and you looked at 10 years, not just simply what's going to happen in the 4 years of high school, but if you looked at 10 years, you saw 2 of those 10 freshmen that would graduate from that would be college graduates at that point, and 1 out of those 10 freshmen that would be in a family supporting career. That's what we have to take responsibility for. Our responsibility is not to claim graduation rates, that all we need to do is graduate kids from high school, and then we've done our job as a K-12 system, regardless of whether kids are prepared for the world beyond our district. Our job has always been to prepare our kids to succeed beyond our district. That can only be true if a high school diploma reflects a real education that's rigorous, and when we challenge our students, they do better. That was a hope when we passed this policy in 2009. The data clearly reflects that that is becoming more and more of a reality, and we've got a long way to go, but we're gonna get better. And I've got full confidence in the leadership in this district that we're going to continue to do the right thing for all of our kids. Thank you, Superintendent Martin. Thank you, Cheryl.
You know,
Thank you.
Trustee Barrera, I fully support what you said, and your message is so clear, and I hope that you know, those that are listening and all stakeholders receive that. What I would add is that this task is going to take more than teaching and learning. It's going to take student support services and all the wraparounds that our students and our teachers need when we talk about cultural proficiency, and we're talking about and the collaboration of the OLA office and all the stakeholders that have even talked today. I mean, it just really, it gets me at such a deep level, because I know that this is great work, but I know that it's very hard and challenging work. It's very hard and challenging work. We have teachers that really get it and understand what high expectations mean, and have high expectations for students. And then we also have some partners, parents, all parts of the family, the school family, who think that they have high expectations but don't know what that looks like because they haven't had the proper training or supports or services. And at the same time, I also have to make clear that folks get into this profession to support and teach and uplift and train our students so that they can be successful, because and if we take teachers as an example, because they want to teach. Whenever folks on the team become ineffective, is my belief, because we haven't provided the supports that they need to do their job. And I'm not saying this to be negative, I'm just saying that it's going to take targeted resources and support and collective impact to realize what we know is possible for all children. I just need to underscore that. That's all I'm saying.
Trustee Evans.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Cheryl for this report. I think what's great about it is basically a no-spin report, a very direct and honest report. I think there are people who will be very encouraged by this report, and I think there are people who will be horrified by this report. And I think both of those groups are correct, because there has been real progress made. At the same time, we have a long, long ways to go, and so we can look at the glass either way, but it's very important. So this is one of the best presentations that I've ever seen in terms of the clarity and the facts that you present here to the board. And what we've started off was the issue of equity in terms of access. We've had tracking, both intentional and many times unintentional, in our district and elsewhere. I also want to thank the people who were behind this a few years ago when Richard and I first came on the board, particularly Andrea Guerrero and Matt Yagiyagan, who are both here and have been working from the very beginning on all of this and advocating for this, and particularly also for David Morales, who spoke up as a student and is now a great example of what we've trying to accomplish in San Diego Unified. And the most basic psychological principle is that if you have higher expectations, you will get higher results. And if you have lower expectations, you will get lower results. It's really that simple. So in looking at the big picture, we didn't implement the A to G requirements just because we wanted to be a factory producing students for the University of California. We had a much bigger picture in mind. And all you have to do is look at our vision statement, that all students will graduate. Now, first of all, I mean, we've capitalized that in some of the things we've printed now, because not most of the students or some of the students. Assemblywoman Weber has sometimes pointed out that a parent doesn't say, I want 80% or 85% of my children to be successful. You want everyone to be successful. We have that mission here in our district. All San Diego students will graduate, and this goes to what Mr. Barrera was pointing out earlier, and in fact it's in our 2020 document. It's called meaningful graduation. There are lots of ways to graduate students, and there have been lots of programs, whether the names are credit recovery or anything else. A lot of that was, I believe, orange drink. You know, you're not quite there for graduating, so we're going to give you a few extra quarts of orange drink, and then you'll have a piece of paper that you graduate from high school, but it just makes no difference in terms of your preparation for going out in the world. We graduate with the skills, motivation, and curiosity. Those are all three important elements, and I would even wager that at times we would have students graduating even to go to UC who don't graduate with curiosity. We want really critical thinkers, not just people who are complying and doing what they're supposed to do. Again, David Morales was an example of someone who wasn't just complying with what he was supposed to do up to the very day of his graduation ceremony, as I recall. So, you know, he didn't hesitate to speak his mind. To succeed in their choice of college and career. A lot of times people get lost in the idea, well, everybody that graduates from our high school is not going to go to the University of California. The key word there is choice. We don't want to close off the options before they graduate from high school. If someone wants to enter an electrical apprenticeship program, wants to go to a Volvo mechanical training program, wants to go to a mechanical engineering program at UC Berkeley, wants to go directly into the employment market or to the military, we want to keep all of those options open. And I've worked with kids myself who, by the end of high school they realized, no one told me I needed to take a foreign language to go to a four-year college, and yet they were very capable of doing it, but they didn't have that sort of preparation. So I think all of what we're doing is really subsumed right there in our mission statement. And the other thing about the additional requirements of A to G, it fits completely with what we've already stated in terms of our Vision 2020. First of all, we want to broaden and challenge curriculum, and that includes the arts. So we're not just doing the arts because the University of California wants to do it. We consider that an integral part of our education. Math, upping the math requirements. We want critical, logical thinkers, and I don't think there's any field that's better able to put that into practice than in mathematics. And so that's also what we want to do, whether or not the University of California wanted us to. And finally, to me, what's very important in terms of world languages, one of the things we stated was we wanted all of our students to graduate with the ability to communicate in at least 2 languages. Maybe someone comes in speaking another language, they've learned English here, they might even learn a 3rd language. This, again, is not just to meet some requirement in terms of college admission. We have a laboratory here in San Diego. We have students speaking 50 or 60 different languages from all over the world, and we can take advantage of that. We're trying to prepare our students for being global citizens, and we can totally revamp our world language programs. And as people said earlier, it needs to happen earlier than high school. And I do appreciate the comments made about this choice that middle school students are faced with, like, do I do an arts program or do I do a world language? And so we need to kind of look at doing that. But also in terms of languages, we need to go all the way down to the youngest students. We can have our students very conversant and fluent in languages long before they ever reach high school. At that point, they can take a more academic type of language course. So it's higher expectations, it's meeting our mission statement, and it's completely in line with what we're doing for Vision 2020. So I do have a lot of confidence in our leadership. I do know it's going to be really, really difficult to meet these challenges over the next year and several months, but I do know that we can do it. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. As a teacher, this to me is like a progress report. In fact, tomorrow at 3 p.m., all the teachers at my school, we have to turn our grades in for our progress report for our kids. And some of our students are going to realize that they have been doing some great work in some areas, in some classes, and in some areas on their progress report, they're going to see that they've got some work to do before the end of the semester so that they can achieve their goal. And some of those students are going to recognize that they can stay after school for tutoring to improve their performance, to retake an assessment and raise their grade. A lot of students will come in on Saturday for a Saturday workshop to improve the level of their learning. So extending the school day and extending the school week are great opportunities so students can pass their coursework the first time. And that, I think, is something that really resonates with me, that I've spoke to many times over the years that I've been on the board, and I really appreciate your emphasis and focus on that, because there's no better time to help a child to pass their course than the first time. And that's really has to be a continued focus of all of our staff, and I know that that is something that we're definitely working on going forward, not just for this one class of 2016, but for all the children that come behind them. Also, I really support and appreciate the realization that we can use the LOTE test to help students that speak a second language at home every day to allow them the opportunity to waive those 2 years of a foreign language for that requirement. Also, something that I don't think we really talked about or focused on very much that was in your presentation was ensuring that we're informing our IEP teams so that they can make sure that those children are given necessary and appropriate accommodations so that they can still reach the goal of a diploma. And all of those exceptions can be reached on a case-by-case basis as a result of that IEP and the IEP team to ensure that those special education students can still have a high school diploma. That's something that I'd like to underscore this evening. I think it's very, very important. Also, you know, at the last board meeting, we realized through some information and data that the superintendent shared that we have an EL support program, a class that has demonstrated a phenomenal success at helping children that are English language learners go from less than 10% proficient to over 50% proficient and advanced in 1 year. And that we're taking that pilot from 8 schools to 37 this year, and I look forward to expanding those programs to more and more classes. Maybe it's 37 classes, and that's the thing that I really applaud the work of Superintendent Martin and you, Ms. Hiblin, on taking a look at what is working. What are the best practices that are helping our children to succeed and achieve their goals, such as the A through G high school diploma goal, so that they can do better? Like graduation coaches. We had graduation coaches as a pilot program when I first got on the board 4 years ago. That was having phenomenal success at supporting and identifying children so they can graduate. Now that's been expanded to all of our high schools. Transitional kindergarten. When I first got on the school board 4 years ago, TK was a pilot program that we began. And then as we realized phenomenal success for the children in the early grades, which obviously then have repercussions as they get into high school and middle school for greater levels of success. And so then we took transitional kindergarten, and now that's in all of our elementary schools this year. And so I really look forward to continuing that focus on best practices, taking pilot programs and getting them off the ground and getting them into more and more schools. Mr. Barrera, Trustee Barrera said, you know, we clearly have identified certain parts of the district and those feeder schools that need extra support and help. And that's one of the reasons why I am thrilled at this data and this presentation. This is exactly the kind of information that we've been asking for as a board for quite some time, and I'm really glad that it was so extensive and so detailed and went into all the different subgroups. So with that data, now we can have even more action to make sure that those subgroups and that the schools and the part of the school district that need to really get some additional attention and focus are a part of our plan. One of the other things that I know we've talked about credit recovery through iHigh. We've talked about credit recovery through summer school, but there are also lots of opportunities for credit recovery on Saturday schools. And second semester could be a fantastic opportunity for credit recovery on Saturdays. So that's something that I hope that we'll explore or look into even further. And I think David pointed out that really one of the fundamental differences and shifts from what used to be a graduation requirement to going and evolving to a more rigorous or higher expectation is 1 more year of math and 2 years of a foreign language. And so when you take a look at graduation rates in English and other coursework that has traditionally always been a part of the graduation requirement and student success rates in those courses, then that's something that is actually a conversation we need to have regardless, and that's independent and exclusive of the A through G requirement that we have in the school district. So there's a broader discussion that we're having, and that I'm thrilled and delighted that we are. And one of the other things that I think we also do a very good job of, and I'd really like us to take a further look at it, is what other schools have done, what other school districts have done with extended day programs and extended week programs that have had phenomenal success at taking students from far below basic to proficient or advanced. What are those turnaround models? What are those support system models? I know South Bay Community Services is a nonprofit that partners with several schools in other school districts that have done some amazing work at supporting and lifting up EL students and after school and weekend support programs, as well as bridge programs in the summertime. But you know, I wholeheartedly concur with Trustee Barrera. We're not going back. You know, when you set upon a course that is the right thing for kids, and there's speed bumps in the road, you don't stop. You figure out what are the solutions to achieve that goal, what is the plan of action to ensure success. And that's what I'm thrilled that we're continuing on and embarking on together. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl Heblin. Just in closing, thank you for all the comments and the feedback from public, from trustees. And I wanted to just summarize by saying that tonight is beyond admiring the problem. We don't just admire the problem. We talk about what we have done, what we are doing, what we will do next. And there was conversation tonight about resources and where we need to target resources where there's targeted need, and we can't only look at what's working and say, yay, that's working. We want to look at where there are issues. And I know that solving the issues is not just about resources. If it was only about money and just target the resources and put the money where it belongs and then we'd solve the problem, that's not simple. That's too simple of a solution. It's part of it, but we also have to adjust our practices. And sometimes adjusting practices doesn't cost any money. It's about belief systems, about how we work in our schools and how we create our schedules, how we make decisions in our schools and on our campuses. So along with certainly resources are important, but it's not the only solution, and it's adjusting the practices, and Cheryl has noticed some of the practices that work and the practices that don't, and some adjustments I want you to know. The good news is they don't all cost money.
And my point is those practices require training. And that's a resource, and that costs money. I'm just saying.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Superintendent Martin. Again, that was an information item. Our next agenda item is an action item, and that's item E6, the Teacher Pipeline Task Force Report. Superintendent Cindy Martin.
Thank you. I'm very happy to bring up Jonathan Malou and Ann Jarl Melnick and Alberto Ochoa, who will be co-presenting this report, which signifies the work that's been done over the past at least year or over a year ago that we started. Comprehensive group of task force members that came together. The board item lists all of the people and all of the, who had been engaged from our universities, from our local stakeholders, and this work was focused on looking at the pipeline for teachers in San Diego Unified and how do we support a robust, authentic teacher pipeline that creates an opportunity to have the highly effective, diverse teacher workforce, and the pipeline task force has been able to summarize the work tonight. The board item is very thick. It's a long PowerPoint. I've asked Ann to go over the high points because I knew we had a long A through G presentation tonight, but let's tie what we just learned to a diverse workforce and what Trustee Foster was just saying about training, making sure we have people that are teaching in our schools. David was a perfect example of somebody who came from our district and is coming back to serve to our district. How do we create that pipeline? How do we influence our universities to create the kinds of programs that graduate the kinds of students that will become the kinds of teachers that we're looking for in our district? And so I'm going to have to say that you're going to see a summary of the report, but I know that the board trustees have been very engaged. Trustee Foster, Trustee Barrera have been to almost all, if not all, of the pipeline meetings, and you'll get a broad summary tonight. So with that, I'll have Ann begin.
Thank you. And where do we get these pictures? I love that picture. I'm sorry. Okay.
This one right here?
Yeah, where did you get that?
Oh,
That's
I
a
wish
cute
I could
picture. Look
take
at the little
credit.
girl in the yellow shirt. Look at the expression on her face.
It's just one of the ones when you do a Google search, unfortunately.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anyway,
I apologize.
Thank you very much. I would like to begin by thanking the board for your vision and direction on this task force. Especially
I didn't introduce Ann.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Usually we have staff members sit up here and community members present from the microphone, and this was a confusing presentation because we have community members, staff members. So Ann, actually, can you say your title and what you do for the district?
Sure.
And then
So I'm Ann Jarl Melnick. I'm the Director of Teacher Preparation and Support Department with the district. So again, thank you. I especially want to thank Trustee Barrera, Vice President Foster, and Superintendent Cindy Martin for your participation in the task force. The majority of my work, 21 years with the school district, has been dedicated to teacher preparation. So it is absolutely my honor and privilege to co-chair this committee with Jonathan Mello from the San Diego Education Association. Like Cindy explained, due to our limited time this evening, and you've already had the opportunity to review our extensive report, we are just going to go over highlights this evening. We are not going to go over every single slide. So the task force was actually formed due to a response to this board's direction. There was, in December 2012, we were given a board resolution that had two main goals. One was to establish an ongoing partnership with SDEA and San Diego Unified School District to develop a comprehensive strategy for recruiting, retaining, and supporting district students who wanted to enter the teaching profession, and then also to increase the diversity of students and teachers to more closely align those two diversity components. The Teacher Pipeline Task Force is made up of a wide variety of groups. We had community members, union representation, district representation, experts in the teacher preparation program, as well as people from the San Diego County Office of Ed. There's a long, extensive list here of the 29 members that participated in this team. We worked through over 13 months. The past 13 months we have worked together on this task force. It was co-chaired by Jonathan and myself, and it was facilitated by Gina Giazzero. She unfortunately couldn't be here with us tonight, but without her work, this would not have been nearly as systematic and organized. So we really do thank her for all of the work that she offered our task force. So the process that we went through had three major components. First, we went through an information gathering section, then we did some analysis and planning, and now, of course, we're doing the approval and the presentation. During the gathering phase, the information gathering phase, we did an extensive review of factors which were contributing to the lack or the shortage of California teachers. We specifically looked at why it was we were not receiving teachers here in San Diego Unified School District, and we invited experts from local, state, and national teacher preparation programs to present to our task force members in order for us to have the most up-to-date information to make our recommendations. So what you see here on the screen is this is a list of the people who came in and actually conducted presentations for our task force over the last 13 months. During our review, we found that there were some very disturbing trends. First of all, both in California and in San Diego Unified School District, we have a large majority of our teaching population that is either of retirement age or was nearing retirement age. Of course, this has changed just a little bit this year since we just offered the early retirement at the end of last year. But still, that is something that's definitely compounding this problem. Also, across the state, but definitely here in San Diego Unified, we have a very low percentage of new teachers in our school district as employees. And then the most disturbing data that we uncovered was that much fewer new credentials are being issued, and on top of that, even fewer people are entering the pipeline in the very beginning. So people are not choosing education as a field to go into. So all of this comes together to just make an absolute perfect storm. In addition to this, we realized that here in San Diego Unified, we have an issue around student and teacher diversity. So you can see here, and again, I won't go over it because I know you've already read it, but you can see that we have a very strong discrepancy between the diversity of our students and our teaching population. So in addition to the reduced number, I just said that, the deficit of qualified and diverse teacher candidates coming out from our teacher preparation program to our university partners were some of the people that came to present to our panel, and we realized very quickly that we were not receiving the candidates that we were looking for. So this deficit of a qualified teacher candidate is very alarming, and we believe that it has to be addressed immediately. However, we believe that you will see through our comprehensive strategies and our recommendations that we do have a plan to correct this deficit, and we will serve to not only improve the quality of the candidates coming to our school district, but also the quantity, and we will improve the diversity of our teacher workforce. I am now going to turn the presentation over to Dr. Ochoa from San Diego State, who will be presenting the highlights that we uncovered around the importance of the diversity in our workforce.
Can you put that slide that has it?
I would be happy to. The diversity slide?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. No.
Almost there.
Yeah, that's it.
This one?
Okay, I'd like to share 5 key ideas in terms of the importance of and the opportunity. We have 45% potential of hiring new people that will increase the diversity of our school district. And so one of the first concepts is how do we begin to forecast? How do we forecast the needs of our community? I started working with the district as a parent in the early 80s, and I kept asking that question. How do we begin to identify what the district will look like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now? Obviously, 30 years, more than 30 years have passed, and we find this data. So forecasting becomes a very critical issue. What we identify is that 75% of our teaching force are Euro-Americans, and 75% are ethnically and linguistically diverse. And what I see is a sociocultural gap in terms of understanding and knowing our students. And it relates to the A2G. It relates to the A2G, and how do we begin to create this need for our teachers to truly identify with the students. And to be able to identify, they need to know the deep understanding of the complexity of culture. I've been in 37 years in teacher education programs, and I can easily tell you, any candidate can easily engineer their credential process and never come in contact with an ethnically diverse faculty member. I leave with you the first idea is how do we begin looking at environmental scanning and forecasting to identify the needs of our communities. And secondly is the concept that once we hire a teacher, the act of hiring a teacher, that person will be with us for 30 years. So what are the implications of that? What are the implications for the district? What are the implications for the leader of the school? And what are the implications for the community? I often hear community tell me, you know, the teachers are good visitors. They come early in the morning at 7 o'clock and they leave at 3, but they really do not know us. And what they're saying is that they really understand the social complexity of our school community. So how do we make sure that when we hire someone for 30 years, that person is going to be a viable candidate that is committed to the academic rigor and growth of our students? So that leads to some of the findings. How do we hire individuals who will be committed for the next 30 years to high expectations, high rigor, and challenging our students very early, not at high school, but very early in the process? How do we make sure that our teacher education programs, both undergraduate and graduate, are providing the tools for operationalizing what we mean by culturally relevant teaching? What does it mean? What does it look like? How do we apply it? How do we assess it? How do we make sure that our universities, before you hire the individuals, that we're making sure that these individuals are caring and able to establish trusting relationships with school communities, with parents, with students? How do we create that consciousness for our teachers to address issues of social justice, the issues of inequity, issues of critical thinking? How do we make sure that our teachers are advocates and culture brokers? So those then gets into the importance that all of these elements are part of creating a climate of belonging and inclusion in our schools. If you possess these characteristics, the chances are that we can be proactive in creating a school climate and inclusion that is productive, challenging, and is driven by academic rigor. Fourth is the idea that when we hire this individual, do they truly have the philosophical foundation, the social consciousness necessary to assure that their lenses, their cultural lenses, do not view our students as having a pathology or having deficits, but rather they see our students as having the wealth of knowledge and experiences that they bring from their community. And there's research that points to what is called the funds of knowledge. That by age 7, every single student comes to school with 25,000 hours of community-based experiences across issues and elements of cultural diversity. And last is how does the board and specifically the superintendent and human resources become proactive in demanding from our universities that the candidates that they're going to hire need to be culturally proficient and are able to translate content that is contextualized in our school communities. So I know the superintendent has been working and responding to many of your voices in terms of how do we create the standards of cultural proficiency that we can take to the university and say, we want to hire your teachers, your psychologists, your specialists, but here's what we need in order for us to hire them. So let me stop there and thank you for the importance of this initiative.
Thank you, Dr. Ochoa.
Don't worry, I'll be brief. My name is Jonathan Mello. I'm an organizer with the San Diego Education Association and proud to be the co-chair of the task force. The work of the task force was highly productive, an example of the possibility of working together as a community to improve teaching and learning, but at its beating heart was and is a deep partnership between SDEA and the district. The task force presents a vision of more than just a diverse and culturally competent workforce, but also of a pathway for SDSU students into this most honorable profession of public education. Task force members viewed the classroom, just like David does, not as a stop on the way to Wall Street, but as a place in which to build long-term community of diverse, highly qualified, culturally competent educators working together in quality neighborhood schools. Adopting the report and its recommendations is an important step forward on this path. Through the process, we identified areas for support and integration of programs that currently exist and are working very well. We had collective aha moments when researching the relationship between the district and our local teacher prep programs, and when hearing from current and former teachers on their own journeys to the classroom. We found areas of needed collaboration between the district and our community colleges, and we identified innovative programs that bring diverse leaders into the profession. Our recommendations cover the entirety of a robust pipeline process, including acquisition, development, retention, and the evaluation of the pipeline itself. And then I'll just conclude by reading some of the conclusion in the report. One of the key recommendations is actually a very practical one, and it's that we immediately establish an advisory committee with representatives from key departments within the district, SDEA, and community partners to oversee the continued development and implementation of these recommendations. I think of them as architectural plans, and we now have to get to the work of construction. And here are the concluding thoughts. The collaborative work of the task force represents a critical first step in an important journey for SDUSD, SDEA, and community partners in building a robust teacher pipeline. These recommendations, grounded in research and local reality, are intended to guide the work. Nevertheless, the journey will not be without its challenges as stakeholders seek common ground in determining precisely how to actualize them. If the work goes well, our district will not only consistently acquire, develop, and retain a highly effective and diverse teaching workforce, but that workforce will increasingly come from among its own graduates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. In your effort, I know, to briefly summarize the report, the key strategies that were the couple of slides before are the overarching broad strategies that we will be taking to, well, actually, you'll be asking us to do that right now. But you weren't able to speak about the strategies, but really what happened is the work of the committee looked at acquisition, development, retention, and evaluation. And in those 4 buckets, there are broad strategies because we need to address each one of those 4 areas that have been identified by the task force, and broad strategies with specific actions are what we can now look at as staff in order to take this to the next, what did you just call it, blueprints, architectures, build the house now?
Now let's build it, yeah.
So thank you.
Great, thank you. This is an action item. Is there a motion?
Motion. Yeah, and I think the motion is actually to take similarly to what we did with the Sustainability Task Force, is to take the recommendations from the Teacher Pipeline Task Force and ask the superintendent to come back to us with a clear implementation plan within 60 days. Is that fair? Did you want 90?
90, yeah.
All right.
It might,
I got you.
when we work on the budget build, it could be closer to 60, but let's just say 90 because we don't like to overpromise and underdeliver.
So that's the motion to have
all right.
Superintendent.
And I'll second.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Board member comments or questions? Please vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much for all your work and to everybody on the task force.
I just want to thank, besides the people who presented, also trustees Barrera and Foster for this work. I know a few years ago, when we were writing Vision 2020, the words here, district teachers, principals, and staff will parallel the diversity of the San Diego Unified student population for effective multicultural interaction. Those are very easy words to type. But it's another thing to, to spend a year of work and really put into action. And the fact that we talked about, the actual statistically being more reflective of the student population, but it's much broader than that in terms of cultural proficiency of every single person in the district.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And I know that we
go ahead.
Need to
That's
move
fine.
along.
No, we don't.
This was.
I have no plans after the meeting.
I know you. This was incredible work by this task force over the course of, as Ann said, over 13 months, and it's work that I know people are committed to staying on top of. I think Cheryl had talked about the San Diego Way in the presentation around A to G. I think what we have been establishing in San Diego is that the San Diego Way is that we actually tackle the big issues. We look at the big issues. We just looked at the issue of raising standards so high school graduation actually means something for all of our students. We're now looking at the big issue of having our teaching force mirror the diversity of our students, and in fact having our students themselves become the key source of our future teaching force. And then what we do is we pull our partners together. We don't try to do this ourselves, as a district. We work very deeply with a set of partners, and we commit ourselves to goals where we want to see real change over time. And we want to see change occur as soon as possible, but we know that this is going to take time to have those numbers move in the right direction. And so as Jonathan talked about, one of the key recommendations of the task force, just like with A to G, we had a group of community partners who committed with us to be with us over the long term. This, having this ongoing advisory board, to work with us to stay on top of this progress is necessary, and I believe we will start to see real change. So when we look up 5 years from now, and especially, Ann's slide about, we know that there is going to be a significant opportunity to hire a lot of new teachers in this district within the next 5 years. A window is opening now. And because of the work of the task force and the implementation plan that Superintendent Martin brings back, we're going to be prepared to not just go through the motions in the way that we've always done things. And because of that, I think we're going to see real change in this district over the next 5 years. But it's because we're going to continue to do this work together, and we're going to continue to take on the big challenges. And we know that we've got to do that in a deep way and with a long-term commitment. And so, again, I thank our partners for not only getting us to this point, but sticking with us over the next several years.
Thank you, Trustee Barrera and Vice President Foster, for your work.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank our co-chairs again for some amazing work, and you were so dedicated, so thorough, and Dr. Ochoa, of course, and the fact that we had stakeholders in the room, that we had all the stakeholders in the room and at the table engaged in this work is very, very important. And just, I guess, a funny saying that we've heard before is that, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. We had everyone at the table. So, thank you. Very great work.
All right. Thank you very
We're not going there.
Thank you very much. Sure. Well, we haven't done item E7 yet on the agenda.
Oh, excuse
Trustee
me,
Evans.
I'm jumping
And we even have a public speaker on that item. Item
that.
E7 is next.
Okay.
Hold your horses.
Okay, well.
Title I Learning Through the Arts Integration Program. Superintendent Cindy Martin.
Thank you, President Beiser. I'm bringing forward tonight the next step in how we're going to implement our Title I Arts Integration Program, Learning Through the Arts. This has been connected to the work that this board has done over some time, where we're identifying, I actually asked in July, brought forward a concept of focusing the resource that you identified, $1.5 million of Title I funding as a district strategy this year and next year to schools that are 75% Title I and above. And rather than having a sort of incoherent approach where every school on its own decided how they would use that money, and then we would not know the impact because each school was doing a separate initiative. It was my recommendation that we focus the money into a specific area. Focused on the arts was the recommendation. And so since then, I had Mitzi Lizarraga help us develop this approach and what would it look like to focus arts integration dollars. It was inspired by Burbank and the Presidential Commission on Arts and Humanities and the Turnaround Arts Program grant that Burbank received, and my experience at Central Elementary integrating the arts into the curriculum, realizing that that has such a significant impact on student outcomes, and it's not just research-based practice, it's evidence-based practice. And so we've since, under Mitzi's leadership, which we've now transitioned tonight, I announced Carol King will be leading this effort in implementation, as Mitzi has taken a position in another district. But without skipping a beat, Mitzi was originally scheduled to present the item tonight. I did not want to skip the beat and delay in implementing this program. We want to continue to move forward. And so I was grateful that Mitzi had brought together a whole group of arts partners, and I need to recognize especially Dennis Doyle, who's here tonight from Collaborations, COTA, Teachers and Artists. You've been here all evening. You are one, thank you. You are one of 21 arts partners. You just said the San Diego way is we commit to something, we bring people together at the table, not on the menu. All of that is right here with this next board item, that this group of people that Mitzi brought together is very inspired by the idea that we will integrate arts and spend Title I dollars and direct them to this program. We're looking at outcomes, we'll look at evidence of student attendance rates and student achievement rates. We'll be identifying the metrics. So we're ready to move forward with it. I'm very grateful for the committee that's come together and looking forward to Carol King coming on board and helping us to implement. So the next part of the timeline in the item tonight has the budget, how we're planning to move forward. There's a little more skin on the bones of the project and the approach, and you'll see that after tonight we'll be sending out the invitation to the eligible schools to submit their application online. There was question in the past about what this application looked like, and in the past it was like, I remember as a principal at Central, it was a very long application. We have a simple online application that principals will be able to fill out pretty quickly. We got input from our arts partners around what should be in this application. We don't want to think of it as much of an application and it's competitive, because that's not the philosophy of this board, that we should compete for dollars for resources. I would rather look at it more as opting into the program and schools describing what are you currently doing for the arts, how could this help with that to integrate, and then when we put the program together, we will select the schools, and we're going to focus approximately 20 schools to opt in. We don't want to diffuse the resources. We don't want to spread them too thin and not see the impact. And so as we work on selecting the schools, we'll be putting together status reports for you and bringing them back regularly. The applications will be due, we're looking at November 10th, and then November 12th through 21st, we'll do the screening, selection, notification, and December 9th, we're planning to have our first professional development, where we bring the schools that are participating in for PD to describe what real arts integration looks like. So we're not having arts by accident, but arts by design. And then April, June, and July, the student presentation performances, site visits, and professional development will continue, and we'll also be looking at incorporating teaching artists, as well as, like Burbank has Jason Mraz, who's working with that school. We're looking at other artists that might partner with us in the San Diego community, locally or statewide, and inviting them to be our partners in being role models for our students around the arts. So what you see is a little more meat to the program and what we're planning to do to expand it, and the initial stages of that, and I'll continue to meet with the arts groups that are very engaged and very excited about the work that we're doing.
Great. Thank you very much, Superintendent Martin. Let's go to public speakers. And
yeah, he's
all right. Amy Redding.
Good evening. I'm Amy Redding. I'm the chair of the District Advisory Council. There's still an underlying frustration with the $1.5 million grant with the DAC. And the frustration that this grant money was created by taking money from school sites. And the DAC's consistent philosophy has been to keep money at school sites and allow schools to make the decisions on how to best spend money to increase student achievement. The DAC has sent a list previously of 3 items to the board on how they would like to spend the money. These options were suggested before the arts grant was proposed. 1, there is support for the originally proposed mini grant. There's more support for enhanced summer school, which seems even more prudent now, knowing that more summer school will be needed to get out of the A through G crisis. And the most support was for adding the grant money to the program improvement year 4 and 5 budget line item if the 4-digit budget code is employed for accountability purposes, as this line item has been subject to cuts over the years. If the board does decide to pursue the arts grant, then the request is for you to open it to all Title I schools. Let the committee award grants based on the grant criteria and the needs of the students. And if you have any other questions, I'll just be sitting over there about DAC feedback.
Anne Marie Haney.
Well, of course, I couldn't let this go by without having something to say about it. I know some of you have visited classrooms in which the arts have been part of the academic instruction and seen how dynamic the response is from the children. I just wanted to say that at this mega arts conference, they said a young woman was asked to testify about her experience in arts integration, and I'll do it, and she got up to the point where it was time to speak, and she said, I can't do this. And so finally they talked her into saying something, and she said, I didn't used to come to school, and now I try to come all the time. That was her presentation. But it was dynamic, probably effective in its brevity. I must say, I had understood that all of the schools would be eligible to have a chance to participate, and there is a way to do that, from my understanding. I don't know all the details, but I hope that will still be considered rather than, I know you want to evaluate the effectiveness, but I think we're pretty convinced of the effectiveness of this. So anyway, thank you very much, and now I'm supposed to go home because we're leaving early in the morning. Thank you. Bye.
Good night.
Good night, Anne
We'll
Marie.
still be here.
Say hi to Mr. Haney. Michael Polterak.
Good evening, Michael Polterak. In a nutshell, what I'd like to ask you to do is please include all Title I schools for eligibility to apply for this grant. You've heard me present before this board in years past about the displeasure of having that 75% cutoff. We have at Patrick Henry High School 1,100 roughly students that qualify for funding under free and reduced lunch. Of the 65 schools eligible for Title I, we rank 6th in the number of students eligible. We receive $34,000. That's $34,000 on a budget of roughly $15 million, and I think that there's some inequity there. For this grant to say that it's only eligible for those schools with 75% and above, I think it's another sampling of orange drink. You know, we have the higher poverty schools getting orange juice at 10 times the funding level that our school gets, and I think it's time that we even the playing field. Under your eligibility rubric, you could certainly put in whatever weighting you want, and that might be to give more emphasis to those schools with higher poverty, but at least let us come up to the plate. When we take a look at the statistics on those schools that are leaving money on the table, there are some schools that leave more money on the table than we're even awarded. And I'd like to see the board reconsider that line item of the grant to open it up to all Title I schools. Thank you very much.
Dennis Doyle.
Good evening, President Beiser, Superintendent Martin, members of the board. It's really a pleasure to be here tonight to support this initiative. Really, it goes back to when Trustee Barrera was president, and he came to a CODA board meeting and encouraged us to do everything we could to help improve academic achievement in this district. And that was really the impetus for us to raise $200,000 from local philanthropic foundations to do a prototype at Carson Elementary School. And interestingly enough, it served us well because it was before actually California became a turnaround arts state. And we did have our own and do have our own San Diego Way. And we see this as not so much a diffusion of funds, but an opportunity to have a lab in different key places where we can learn from each other and really look at centers of excellence. I would add that all of the lessons that we've developed at Carson and at the other Beacon school sites around the county are now open source and out there for teachers aligned to Common Core. We know that teachers have great capacity to design creative and exciting instruction for students. I had the opportunity to go to Savoy Elementary School in Washington, D.C., the turnaround arts school there, and what those kids could do, who were already there, they weren't sent there for a special program, was phenomenal. I would add that this approach to instruction really gets at what you've been talking about all evening with A through G, and that is culturally responsive instruction. Learning through the arts, teaching through the arts, taps into capabilities. A few anecdotes: the African-American student who was under his desk, who was already in the pipeline for SED, as his teacher was going through CODA training, who then determined that he loved to draw. And he read all of the myths and fables so that he could design the costumes and build, with a team of students, the background. Teacher pulled the referral and said, he's gifted. He's not a special ed candidate. The autistic class who'd never spoken, none of the kids in the class, who designed body systems through comic art, the English learners who'd never spoken before. Research is fundamental. We're working closely with UCLA, UCSD, and Penn State on this. We're very excited to partner with you to disseminate this throughout the district. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Denise Lynn? All right, that concludes public speakers on this item. This is an action item. Is there a motion? We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
What? You moved it.
Marty moves it.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any board member comments or questions? All right, please vote. That passes unanimously. On to board consent agenda, do I have a motion for F1 to 4? We have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes unanimously. On to item G1, Community Advisory Committee on Special Education, CAC, semi-annual update to the board. Superintendent Martin, G1. Oh, there she is. Wow, she's like, yeah, it's late. Let's go. Go ahead, Ms. Kern.
My name is Mina Kern. I'm chair of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. It is time for our semi-annual report. I will be talking about Common Core, college and career ready, early childhood, school site representation, recognitions, and what we're monitoring. First, Common Core. There was grant money from the state used to roll out Common Core, but only specified substitutes available for math and language arts teachers. Principals did have discretionary funds set aside to release teachers for Common Core professional development, but it was a site-based decision about whom to send. So there's been no hard data on who is receiving the Common Core PD other than the math and language teachers, so there's no accountability. So we are requesting that the board mandate that all teachers with special education credentials receive professional development training for Common Core at all sites. Next is college and career ready. Every student with an IEP by the age of 16 must have an ITP, which is an individual transition plan, in place. Indicator 13 is a tool that the government has set up to determine if the ITP is valid or not. It is a yes or no. There's no in between. In 2011, Dr. David Naranjo from San Diego State did an audit of the district's 1,257 ITPs and found that none of them were in compliance with Indicator 13. Then the district set up a 3-year plan, and at the end of year 2012, they did, the district did its own study of 160 and found that only 2 were in compliance. And then at the end of last year in June, that's last school year, of the 1,146, only 306 met all 24 components of Indicator 13, so just under 28%. Currently, the district has not finished developing a complete 3-year plan. They are in the process of developing it. The first phase is to, for every IEP that is held, they go back and review the ITP and compare it to the Indicator 13, and then they will develop year 2 and 3 based on what they find out of those reviews. So the CAC requests that the new plan includes specific goals, designated staff, professional development, and accountability to improve compliance, and that quality goes along with compliance. They are not mutually exclusive. Early childhood, special education, which used to be called special education early childhood, we appreciate the use of People First language. Students have not been able to attend their appropriate placement options available that are closest to their home. Some identified reasons are the appropriate programs are filled to capacity early in the school year, and that students must attend a program within their cluster. They cannot cross cluster boundaries, especially when it comes to transportation issues. So we are asking that the number of classes available and the location of those sites be expanded. And I know that Dr. Canada is the new program manager and has been working hard on that, but it is imperative that at the implementation of those programs become a priority, and also that there's an issue of this busing. If a student lives in a certain area and the program closest to them is full, they can't be bused across a cluster boundary, so they have to stay within their cluster, which sometimes means a student between the ages of 3 and 5 is on the bus for 45 minutes one way. So it seems excessive, especially since IDEA mandates that the program be as close to the child's home as possible. Next is school site representation. So all school site councils currently do not have a designated spot for special education representative, and school site plans for student achievement currently do not have goals for all student groups. This is an issue we brought to the board last year, and again, we believe all student groups should be represented, and SPSAs should include all student groups on all sites. So it's important to have an appreciative lens on each of those representation issues. We do recognize improvements that have been made. Early childhood has increased parental engagement by creating parent support groups for ages 3 to 5, providing preschool information in clinics 2 times a month, and distributing parent feedback for surveys. Transportation installed GPS tracking units on all buses, installed bus inspection reading electronic sensors at specified inspection points, and implemented Z-Pass student ID cards to help track where the buses are and where the students are and make sure they get to where they need to be safely. We also appreciate that the special education director, program managers, and other district staff have been attending our meetings, giving parents the opportunity to interact one-on-one so that their voices are heard. We are monitoring the current ongoing negotiations between SDEA and the district. There have been some bargaining points that, if implemented, would they are potentially in violation of the law, quite frankly. The infusion of universal design for learning into Common Core curriculum, which would help students with disabilities access some of the A to G requirements, quite frankly. And the new IEP software system has been is going to be implemented soon. We're not sure when, but the CAC has just always been a part of that implementation and giving input into what that will look like. And then due process trends, parents that file complaints, what exactly are they complaining? The areas of issues that they have concern can lead to more of a pinpoint of areas of improvement.
Thank you very much. Superintendent Martin, I noticed that there are several recognitions, so I want to thank you and Joe Fulcher and everybody in the Special Education Department staff for actually working to move the ball forward, so to speak, on a lot of these concerns. And I look forward to opportunities to identify plans to address the other concerns that were raised in tonight's report. So the next semi-annual report we'll have more recognitions of attaining some more of these goals. Any other board member comments or questions? Trustee Barrera?
Yeah, just if we want to do it now, maybe ask Dr. Fulcher to respond to some of the recommendations, or if we want to, if it's more appropriate to maybe have you come back at the next board meeting.
Right.
More.
Dr. Fulcher and I spent time preparing for looking at the item, reading it together, and we decided that he would come back at another time and respond to all of these. He's responded to me because I asked him all the questions, so I've heard his answers and what he's doing and what he's been working on. But to have we wanted to have you to have the chance tonight to just present so everybody could hear it, and Dr. Fulcher will work on a presentation back to the board.
Or a more comprehensive response from staff to address these concerns.
Okay.
Good. Thank you very much.
Which say probably should be our standard protocol
process.
That we have one of these presentations by one of the advisory groups, and then maybe at the following meeting is the follow-ups.
Right.
As routine, right?
Absolutely. And on some occasions, there's been a presentation and staff response at the same meeting, because a lot of times staff receive these concerns in advance of the board meeting and have opportunity to kind of look into them and find opportunities to fix them. Good. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time and for everybody on the CAC.
So do you want me to come back as well to when the staff responds?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Always welcome.
Yeah, to engage in the conversation about what we are doing.
This is your first time doing presentation. I see Christy's here.
I know.
Congratulations.
Great. Thank you.
You made it through. Thank
He'll
you.
respond, and then you give your rebuttal to his response.
Good job. And then he'll rebut your rebut. All right. On to item G3, the review of the process for adjusting classes in the first weeks of school. Vice President Foster and Trustee Evans.
Okay, this presentation will take about 35 minutes. Not really. I'll be very brief, but there's an important issue here that I don't want to get lost, which is every year at the beginning of the school year we have some churn and adjustment with the fluctuating enrollment during the first weeks of school, and we hear from parents when their kindergartner has been in a class for a few weeks, has bonded with the teacher, and now they're going to all be split up into different classes, and various other scenarios we hear. My impression is that this year, that this whole process has gone much more smoothly than other years, but there are still, certain situations where parents and students are having difficulty. So the whole purpose of this request for the superintendent is just to make very transparent to the parents and students what the process is. So basically, looking at what happened this year, what lessons have been learned, explaining how the process works in terms of when exceptions are made and so forth. And one of the reasons, too, is this is going to be potentially an increasing issue in the coming years, because over the next 5, 6, 10 years, as more and more students are moving back to the neighborhood schools, that means some schools are going to gain and other schools are going to lose students, and we don't know until the beginning of the school year exactly how many are going to do that. So we need to have a very, very clear plan that parents can understand about how this works. We've had the whole issue of the final enrollment on the fourth Friday, because we're trying to figure out who's coming to school and who's not. But then that carries on the 5th or 6th week of school. So part of the report would be, is that possible, and what are the pros and cons of moving that up to an earlier date for more stability in the schools? One of the things that happens when there are changes made after the first few weeks of school. Sometimes combination classes are formed, and parents have a lot of concerns about combination classes, but yet we have them even when we're not in the last-minute adjustment situation. I think one of the things that we're looking at in our whole focus on student achievement is eventually getting away from rigid grade lines anyway in terms of how we're assigning students. So it's not that the combos are a negative, but parents need to understand that if their child can get a quality education in a combination class. And then in past years, maybe there was a little more flexibility, because if there were more funds available, if a school was short of students, we could hire a few more. If a school was supposedly overstaffed, a little high on the allocation, we could leave them there just to keep that school stable. But now that's, it could end up costing a few $1 million. We just need for the parents, the public, to see what are the pros and cons. Yes, we could just leave teachers where they are, hire a few more, and that would cost X $1 million, which would mean, therefore, what would we have to do? What services would we have to cut, or would we have to increase class size? Just so that people can see, because people just are very perplexed by how, why don't you know on the first day of school how many students there are? Well, there are very good reasons. Anyone can show up on the first day. People can move in a week later. People can move out, trying to find out where the students are. But I think if we have a very clear explanation for this in terms of how this happens, the idea would be at the beginning of the following year, at the beginning of the school year, this would just be laid out at every school. We've estimated the number of students. We've put students in classes. Please be aware that in X time frame there may be some changes, and this is how they'll happen. So it's just to make it more transparent to the parents. So the motion is just to direct the superintendent to produce a report within a reasonable time period, non-specified. In this case, it's not an urgent matter right now, but certainly in terms of planning for the next year, and certainly prior to budget planning, because there could be budget implications depending on what you decide. That is the motion.
Is there a second? All right. Any other board member comments or questions? Okay, please vote. That passes unanimously. Item G4, the development of the board superintendent plan to define adequacy of funding for San Diego Unified. Trustee Evans and Barrera.
Okay, I'll try to be brief on this one too. I said earlier at the beginning of the meeting that California ranks 50th in the nation in terms of per pupil funding. It would be better certainly if we were in the top 10, but we could say we should be in the top 10. We should say we should have X millions of dollars, and then the state will say we don't have the money, and we're always just kind of holding out the tin cup trying to get a few more cents. What we've all said is that we have inadequate funding, but we haven't defined what inadequate funding means. And we would like for the idea of this proposal is for San Diego Unified to set the example for the state of defining what adequate funding is. We're not talking about ideal wish list funding. We're saying if we look at the goals set in our LCAP and the goals set in Vision 2020, this is what we need to do it. So if we want to eventually reduce K-3 class sizes to 20, how much money will that take? If we're going to redesign our high schools to have more career technical programs and more middle college programs and so forth, how much money will that take? If there are some programs for additional support for English language learners beyond what we have, what will that take? And expanding the arts programs and so forth. So there would be potentially different buckets of money, and we would say this is what it would require for San Diego Unified to have an adequate budget. The idea would be then we would try to get other districts around the state to do the same thing, to say this is what we need to fund our schools. And what we're going to ask for is that the state legislature hold hearings at the beginning of February on this whole issue of adequacy of funding. And we talked about it when we went to Sacramento with the legislative people and with the governor's office and so forth about this whole issue of discussing what is needed, defining what we need in California and what the problem is. One of the things that the feedback we got was, even from the legislative people, was, well, we want you to tell us exactly what taxes will be imposed to fund this, to which I said, well, we're not tax experts, but we'll certainly can point out areas to look at, because the first issue is what is adequate funding for public education? And the second issue is how are we going to pay for it? And under the current system, there isn't enough money to pay for it. So there's going to have to be some major tax reform. One of the things about Proposition 98, the intention of the voters was, we're going to specify that we're going to have minimum funding for our schools, that at least 40% of the state budget will automatically go to education. The problem with that is that floor of 40% at the same time became a ceiling. So as soon as the state met the 40%, we've met our obligation, and that was nowhere near adequate to what we needed to fund education. So the idea is for us to come up with a model for defining adequate education funding, asking the legislature to hold state hearings, and if they don't hold the hearings, we can go to Sacramento and hold our own hearings. We can rent an office and set up a microphone and point out what the problem is, so that we want to look at, before we're just going through all the details of the next budget cycle, we want to take a step back and say, we'll talk about what we need for next year and what little bits we can get with the local control funding formula, but we need to have a larger conversation that's going to take a few years to really transform how we fund education funding in San Diego. And this is really needs to be a joint project between the board and the superintendent as advocates for public education. If we define adequate education, we can, every year, we can say this is what the gap is. Right now we have this funding gap for LCFF of what this very inadequate amount that they plan to give us, and they're saying, well, this is how much of you have. We will be able to say, look, this is what we need for education. If we need $100, and it's more than 100, but anyway, if we need $100 for education, and right now we're at $70 or we're at $75, and every year we can show whether we're closing or widening the gap in a very concrete sort of way. So that is the proposal. The reason for doing it here is we've talked about this among Mr. Barrera and I have discussed, and we've discussed with the superintendent. It was discussed in our meeting in Sacramento, but this is to get full board approval for this.
Great. Is there a motion?
So that's my motion to approve this plan.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. Just to add a couple of things. I think Dr. Evans really covered this well. There will be conversations throughout the state over the next couple of years that focus on revenue. Clearly, there's the expiration of Prop 30, which starts to expire in 2016, and so there's going to be a conversation about do we, as a state, re-up Prop 30, for instance. There's a conversation about reforming Prop 13 and looking at sort of the commercial, property tax. There's a conversation about, or several conversations about revamping the tax system and looking at applying sales tax to services. All of those conversations are in some way related to an understanding that we're not adequately funding public schools. But without us as San Diego Unified, and then looking to other districts around the state, without us taking the lead in defining what adequacy means, I think those conversations will go forward and will leave us where we were left in the wake of Prop 98 and in the wake of Prop 30, which is voters in California believe that they're doing something which is going to solve the long-standing problem of inadequate funding for public education, and people pass a measure and feel like they've solved the problem, and we know that the problem has not been solved. For instance, I've heard conversations with people who are talking about reforming the tax system as, well, we need to reform the tax system, bring more revenue into the state, bring more revenue into schools, because schools now have a STRS obligation. And so if we can just, help the schools meet their STRS obligation, then that's what we need to do. Well, the STRS obligation got added last year. And we know that we go back 30 years with, a clear underfunding of public schools in California. So we got to do a lot more than just simply offset the new STRS obligation. But I think for us to simply get in a conversation about dollar amounts, or as Dr. Evans said, whether we rank number 10 or number 50, it obscures the real, set of issues, which are, we've actually got a vision for what we could be accomplishing in our public schools. And we've started to lay that out. And, the vision, is coming from the district. We've talked about our Vision 2020 and our LCAP. You know, we've heard SDA talking about the Fight for Five. We hear various stakeholders talk about a vision for what we could be accomplishing in our public schools. And what we need to be able to do is say adequate funding means we can actually pay for that vision. So here's what we get with more money that goes to public schools. We reduce class size. We invest in English learner supports. We invest in, you know, counseling and all the supports that our students need around A to G. And so the outcomes that we get from that are students are prepared, you know, to graduate and go on and succeed in their choice of college and career in these specific ways. So I think if we take the lead in actually articulating what it would cost to fund our vision for public education, and that becomes the definition of adequacy, then I think we can infuse that definition into these conversations about how to, you know, reform the tax structure to bring more revenue into the state. It's got to be based on, well, what's the problem we're trying to solve with more revenue, and we can define that problem with the definition of adequacy. And so I thank you, Dr. Evans, for bringing this forward.
All right, great. Thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any other board member comments or questions? All right, Superintendent Martin.
I was just going to say I appreciate the dialogue and the direction to have a conversation that's not just about, well, we don't want to be 50th anymore, we want to be 40th. That's an ideological conversation. We want to ground it in what we're actually doing, and you've just articulated that. But to have the opportunity for us as instructional leaders, as a large urban district in the state, to set the vision, set the course of what it takes to actually create quality education, that I appreciate being asked to do it and being able to be a leader and have a voice in the state of what adequacy is about, not about a number and come up with a magic number and then it's done. Money doesn't solve the problem. Real solutions, evidence-based practices, proper professional development and support, and everything you've just mentioned. So I'm engaged and excited to be able to take this on and lead this at the state level.
And I would just say that 90% of the work is done, because we've had our LCAP meetings, our Vision 2020 forums. We know what we want. We can list what we want. There's a little bit of work from the senior leadership in terms of working with the chief financial officer and so forth in terms of costing this out. But the great thing is we already have the community input.
Well, and that's what's important, that it's not 10 of us sitting in a room saying, okay, so what do we think is adequate? This is a vision that the board has cast when you set with Vision 2020, what we did all last year with over 150 community meetings. We're clear on what our community and all of our stakeholders want. Now we just need to put some numbers to it, and what does that actually cost? And it's continued engagement. The LCAP is a down payment on the future. We're taking the little bit of dollars that we have right now, putting the down payment. We have some district-wide strategies, some focused strategies. We need more of those, and then continue to cost that out and set the vision from that larger community dialogue.
Great, thank you. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Item H1 is an information item only. We received the report. There are staff available for any board member question on this item. Is there any board member question?
No.
All right, we'll receive that report. Item H2, human resource recommendations regarding position and classified classifications. Superintendent Martin.
Thank you, President Beiser. This is a continued item. We brought some positions forward couple of months ago, a couple weeks ago, I can't remember the date, of reclassifications, and we, through HR, have had a backlog of reclassifications dating back to 2009, continuing the job studies and what was required and necessary to catch up on that process. This is a result of that, and so what you see here tonight is the continuation of that work. Through human resources, working with labor relations and our various employee groups, and it's the routine reclassification requirements that's required under Ed Code provisions for collective bargaining. There's 106 reclassifications to 106 employees. You'll see there's retroactive and then current and ongoing costs that would be associated with these items. And we're also in this item recommending the creation of the Executive Director of Facilities and Planning that is coming forward this evening, which is a position. We're putting it in this item because we're establishing a new non-represented administrative position. It's Executive Director of Facilities, Planning, and Construction, and I want to talk a little bit about what that position is. As we move forward in implementing Vision 2020, there's been 2 separate board actions around comprehensive cluster master planning processes, and when we see the combination Prop S, Prop Z funds over a period of time, $5 billion of infrastructure that we're building, we can't just build schools based on an individual school vision or an individual local area. We want not just a cluster vision, but we want a district-wide vision for the instructional programs that our community members want, that our families want, that our educators want. Where do we have pathways? How do we have relevant pathways across the whole district? And there's a vision for art schools, for example. I know Deja can talk about her school being one of the art schools. We have CPMA. Where do we have schools that are attractive and that students want to go to, and do we need to build more of those schools? And we want the instructional vision to drive the building of our schools, and not just we have bond money and let's put a building up here, or let's remodernize this site in a site-by-site way. And so we have a team that's working. Lee Dolgaroff and Midori have worked collaboratively, Midori Wong, have worked collaboratively in a district-wide cluster master planning process, but this position is specifically intended to have an instructional voice and instructional vision to create the pathways and the opportunities that we want with a comprehensive district-wide plan, not a school-by-school plan, not a cluster-by-cluster plan, but a district-wide plan. And otherwise we are concerned that 20 years from now we will look back at what did we spend that $5 billion on, where did we put schools, what programs did we build, what programs were driving the vision of the types of schools that we're building, and is there a comprehensive district approach to it. So you have that position as well inside this, this particular board item, along with the other 106 positions that were reclassed.
All right, we have a public speaker, Lindsay Birmingham.
So first of all, I want to applaud you for your recognition and respect of the increased work of our CSEA and AASD coworkers and their contributions to our district. So I'm not here to speak against those 106 positions by any means. But I also want to remind you that your certificated employees, your principals, your teachers, your counselors, and your nurses, as per Ed Code, don't qualify for the reclassification. Just speaking of the SDA members, and for some of you you've heard it already, in 2012 SDA members entered into an agreement to keep the district solvent. In 2013 we worked with the district to use attrition to help the district's deficit, and in 2014 we've contributed $21 million to closing the deficit through the SERP and strategic staffing. For our members, it looks like these savings are being used to create new positions far away from students and the classrooms. You mentioned Leah Midori. You have highly qualified staff working in the planning and facilities department. You also mentioned needing an instructional vision and voice. You have many highly qualified upper administration throughout the district that provide an instructional vision and voice for our district, not only supervising the schools, such as area superintendents, but can also provide that vision across the district. So, as the superintendent mentioned also in this, is the creation of a new executive director position, and future items on your agenda include contract for services for a private investigator in the Quality Assurance Office. I've been told this is just one position, somewhere between $120,000 and $150,000. That could fund 2 counselors at a school site to support the A through G requirements that we've just heard of. It could support 2 counselors to help with the restorative justice model that many schools are trying to implement. It could support 2 teachers to reduce class sizes in a classroom. Am I done?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Finish your
So I just wanted to remind you that, again, as I said before, your certificated members don't qualify for reclassifications. I'm not speaking against the reclassifications, but I just want to remind you that all of your decisions that you're making tonight and in future board meetings reflect the priorities of the district, and I just encourage you to think long and hard about those decisions. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comments or questions? Okay. Now, there's 106 positions that are being reclassified and one new executive director facilities position.
It's not 106 positions. 106 people are affected, and the total number of positions I would have to count again, but 106 people, and yes, one administrative position.
Right. So why aren't those separated into two separate actions? One being the creation of a new position, and then the other being reclassifications of existing positions.
This is a routine item that we bring forward in creating a position. It's the routine classifications and establishing a new position. It's all through HR's work, so we brought this all forward through HR.
Sure.
Creating a position, reclassifying positions, that's all the work of HR.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we separate it and have one vote on all of the reclassifications and then a second vote just on the new executive director of facilities position. Is there a second? Not to have two votes? Okay. All right. Is there a motion on the floor?
Yeah, I'll move the item.
I'll second it.
Okay, so H2 has been moved and seconded. Please vote. Okay, that passes unanimously 4-0. On to item H5, the superintendent update on multi-year calendar planning and calendars for 2015 and 16 and 2016 and 17. This is a first reading. This is not an action item. Superintendent Cindy Martin.
Thank you. This is related to the work that you did when you asked us to actually come back, and when we looked at some schools to transition from year-round calendar to traditional calendar. We started with 4 schools, and you asked us to look at specifically other schools to do the conversion process from year-round to traditional. And so staff has done that. We've done the work, and we're coming forward with some recommendations tonight about how to move forward with transitioning year-round schools to traditional schools and phasing it in. And you asked us specifically to look at schools with high military population, schools that were maybe a singleton in a cluster where they're the only school left in the cluster that's on year-round schedule. We'd want to transition them to traditional. And then we're also recommending that if there's a cluster where there's a particular pathway where we want students to stay in the pathway, elementary, middle, and high, so they have opportunity to go to the right summer bridge programs, we're putting those forward as well. So what you see here is a multi-year plan. Like you said, it's a first reading for tonight so that we could begin to socialize the idea. The schools that were already approved, we've already begun, Labor Relations has already begun working with the staff at those schools, but we're looking forward now to transitioning 14 more year-round schools, including the 4 schools that have already been approved. And so the board item is listing in the Henry cluster, Hardy Elementary School. We would recommend moving that one in this next phase for cluster alignment. It's the only year-round school in the cluster. In the Lincoln cluster, we're recommending transitioning Johnson Elementary School, Valencia Park Elementary School, and Knox Middle School for alignment with the Lincoln STEAM pathway. We're not recommending transitioning the entire Lincoln cluster at this point, but starting with those 3 schools to get the alignment to the STEAM pathway at Lincoln High School. In the Madison cluster, Sequoia, that was one that you had previously discussed, and that fits along the lines of cluster alignment. It's the only year-round school in the cluster, and that had already been recommended from the cluster. In the Mira Mesa cluster, we're looking at Erickson, Mason, and Walker Elementary Schools due to the opening of Salk Elementary School in the fall of 2015, and the cluster recommendation for those had already come to the board. In Point Loma, we're adding Dewey Elementary School for cluster alignment. Dewey is the only year-round school in the cluster, and it serves a high population of military families. In the Scripps Ranch cluster, we're recommending Jerbeck Elementary School for cluster alignment. Again, it's the only year-round school in the cluster. And then in Sarah cluster, Hancock Elementary School, Miller Elementary School, Tierra Santa Elementary School, and Farb middle school, high population of students that serve military families. So that's the next phase of schools that we're recommending for this item for our next steps. And we had conversations with the Department of Defense, contemplating the idea of would there be support for the Department of Defense to help fund this approach. And when we were looking at all of the schools and the whole item, that was difficult for the Department of Defense to support that. They've now re-engaged us in our conversation when we've presented this plan that the board direction was to look at high military enrollment. If the first phase is predominantly schools with high military enrollment, we are having another meeting with them to see if they would find special funding, because it specifically affects and supports military families who get their orders in June. They don't want kids in school till July. So we'll have another conversation around funding if they'll be able to support us on that. You'll also see that we're recommending phasing after this plan here for the 15-16 school year that I've just recommended which schools. We would look at the 16-17 school year, moving forward with the Lincoln and Morse cluster, transitioning those, and then the following year the Crawford and Hoover cluster, and then the following year the Kearney and San Diego cluster. And this is contemplating years out. I don't know that since it's information, we wanted to start putting it out there. We've had Midori going out and socializing the idea in the schools that I've recommended tonight. The rest of the clusters we wanted to begin to talk about how would we transition. And from a cost perspective, this first round of schools would be $2.6 million. Again, we're still talking about getting support from the Department of Defense for that. Lincoln Morris will cost $2.8 million. Crawford Hoover would cost $3.6 million. And Kearney San Diego would be $2.9 million, a total cost of $12.2 million. That's today's dollars, today's staffing. Class sizes decrease and there's more staff. Things change over the years. The cost could change, but today's numbers, today's staffing, this is what the cost would be. So we'd like to move forward with tonight just speaking to you about giving you an idea. You asked us to come back with a recommended plan of how we would transition our year-round schools to a traditional calendar. I want to also say included in this item is that the calendar committee is continuing to meet. They're contemplating next year's calendar, and that's just the district-wide calendar, and part of what they're contemplating, that we're waiting for recommendation formally to come forward. They're still working. We don't have formal recommendations from the committee yet. However, I thought it was important that you understand one of the things that they're discussing for next year's calendar is Labor Day being later in September 8th or 9th. That's the 7th. It's the 7th. Oh, it's the 7th, so the first day of school would be the 8th, right, if we were to start traditionally after Labor Day. And so the calendar committee is at this point discussing what would happen if we started the last week in August instead of the first week in September. November 18th, that will come back with further conversation. And I know that the PTA is doing a survey to ask parents what they think about that. We want to continue to have that conversation and see what people think about it and see what the recommendation is coming forward. So I'm using this opportunity to talk about calendar to say what will the calendar look like next year. Eventually, the goal is to get to one district common calendar. What that common calendar is, if it's a modified calendar or not a modified calendar, is not the purpose of this item. It's specifically to respond to how do we plan to transition year-round schools to traditional, and you've got our first stab at it this evening.
Great. Let's go to public speakers. Amy Redding.
I'm Amy Redding, and as chair of the DAC, I have a seat on the calendar committee. So I've been talking to the various parent groups, whether it's DAC or the Cluster Congress or individual clusters, and the complaint coming from the Cluster Congress is that the transparency around the schedule for year-round conversion has been about zero, and that clusters have not been engaged in the process. Now, speaking from Kearney, I don't understand why we're one of the last clusters on the list for conversion. Jones is a standalone year-round school in the Taft feeder pattern. With regards to Montgomery, half of the feeder elementary schools are year-round and half are traditional. This is a huge burden for our families. It is typical to have children in both elementary and middle school at the same time, as well as having middle school and high school students at the same time. How can you expect school sites and clusters to respect your proposal when you have not included them in the process? Also, you have no strong rationale for the schools set for conversion beyond the first stage. The calendar for consultation of schools and clusters only lists the schools set for conversion during the first year. To make this right, the district needs to engage each cluster and hear their reasoning behind the timing of the conversion to the traditional calendar. The district cannot make this list in a vacuum. Consulting sites and clusters is the way to gather information to make an informed and fair decision. Finally, and I'm going to get in trouble for this, I think the district and the board should recreate the calendar committee. It's clear from the parent stakeholders that I've talked to that they do not feel that parents are universally engaged and represented at the calendar committee, and I see their point. Perhaps consultation with the clusters that consist of parents, teachers, principals, staff, and community members is the way to go. It's just a thought, and I think it deserves some consideration if we're truly going to seek full engagement of all stakeholders. Thank you.
Lindsay Birmingham.
And if we could get clarification, the calendar committee, about whether or not you are open to the idea of starting before Labor Day, because there was confusion that you did not want to make that transition until after all schools were converted.
Lindsay Birmingham.
This will be the last time you hear from me today. But you guys created a very busy agenda with a lot of, I think, important topics. So again, for this item as the one before, I'm not speaking against this item, but urging you to think long and hard about it. The proposed plan that was attached to the agenda tonight shows an expenditure of $12.2 million over 4 years, which is roughly $3 million a year. Yet the staff has not yet been directed to find funding to guarantee 24:1 class size in K through 3, respect the 36 hard cap in secondary schools, provide adequate nursing and counseling to our students, or provide additional enrichment opportunities for students. Every expenditure that you approve shows your budget priorities. And so I really urge you to think about that, because tonight a lot of money has been spent and there's a lot of things you have said that you agree with our Fight for 5 priorities, and I really want to make sure the money is spent to address what our students need. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginger Colette.
Hi, good evening. Superintendent Martin and board, thank you. My name is Ginger Coletto, and I am the current president of the Jerebick FFO, which is our school's foundation. And I'm here on behalf of the parents at Jerebick Elementary School who support moving Jerebick to a traditional calendar. As you know, Jerebick Elementary has been on a year-round schedule for quite some time and is the only campus in the Scripps Ranch cluster on this calendar. As you know, San Diego Unified District conducted a survey at many campuses last June, so we appreciate that you guys actually brought the parents in and asked them for their thoughts. And Jerebick Elementary was one of those campuses that did participate in that survey. The results of this survey were released to the Jerebick community at a recent meeting with Area 6 Superintendent Fabiola Bagula and Director, Office of Special Projects, Midori Wong. They reported that 70% of the Jerebick population was in favor of moving to a traditional calendar. The majority of the Jerebick community wants to move to a traditional calendar. I urge all of you to take these numbers into consideration and that you support moving Jerebick to a traditional calendar in the 2015-2016 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginger Coletto. Sorry about that. I couldn't read because it's kind of small.
Well, it's my dad, right?
I haven't had new glasses in like 2 years, so I think I need to. And when I got elected to the board 4 years ago, I was like, I'm the only board member without glasses. Yeah, that lasted long. All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Rosa Walker.
Hi, good evening, board members. I'm also a parent from Jerebick Elementary,
And this is the second year my children have been at Jarrett Elementary School. And I am so thankful for our teachers. I love our teachers and our staff there. And it was such a pleasure to go there as a new parent there. And unfortunately, much to my dismay, I was left in shock that I came to realize how huge of an issue this school calendar, the year-round school calendar, has been for the Jarrett community. I was often left. I'm often left the meetings not with pride for our school, but in disappointment that our community is so divided over the school issue. I have left in heated debate over it. And I urge you to please, as my co-parent said over here, to please consider Jarrett having a strong support for the traditional calendar, and to please move Jarrett into a traditional calendar. There's many benefits to it, some that we heard tonight, personal benefits. I won't repeat them, but we have full support, so I fully support the traditional calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. That concludes public speakers on this item. Board members, comments or questions? Trustee Barrera?
So just a couple things. The first comment from Amy Redding, I think if there needs to be some clarity from the board about whether or not we would require all of the conversions to have been made before we would agree to move the start of the school year before Labor Day. I would just say personally, that's not a requirement for me. I want to hear back from the calendar committee and the recommendations about the idea of moving the school year before Labor Day, but I wouldn't set as a requirement that all the right. So I don't know if we want to get maybe some consensus on that.
Well, I think it gets people getting confused with a lot of issues, but basically the issue of it being before Labor Day or not is really a one-year issue.
Yes.
Because this year it's Labor Day is on the 7th.
Yeah.
And then next year with leap year it will be on the 1st or 2nd or whatever.
Right.
So it's really okay, maybe the following year too. Okay, but it's a temporary situation. It's not to be confused with a major modification of the calendar. So it's the exact date of the start of school. Is it September 7th? Is it September 1st, August 31st? That's an issue we'll take up. It doesn't really have anything to do with when the school, I agree, it doesn't have to do with when the schools transition.
Yeah. Okay.
And I just wanted to make a point that in terms of if there's, well, first of all, on this issue of any calendar for each year has to be approved by the board, and this board is not going to do that without a lot of input from the public, whatever date is chosen. But the other issue is in terms of the transition from year-round to traditional calendar, that always has to be with a lot of input, and I think plenty of advanced input from all of the stakeholders, parents, teachers, everybody, in terms of people would have to make that change. So in the case that happened last year, which was there were two situations. One was with Mira Mesa, because they were adding a new school and redividing the boundaries, and half the schools were year-round and half were traditional, that if they didn't do the boundaries right, I mean, the boundary changes might not work because people might opt to go to the more popular traditional schools, and it would throw off the whole balance there. In Sequoia, they were moving this, in the Madison cluster, they were moving the 6th grade to the middle school, and in the process there was just one school that was at the on the year-round schedule. But in both of those cases, there was plenty of opportunity for input from the community, whether or not they supported it, and it was actually approved almost a year and a half in advance. So it wasn't just a short notice for people about the change. So I think that was another important point that was there, that people had plenty of time to plan for it. I was actually, in those two cases, was quite surprised. When there's a change, there's often a reversion, there's controversy, and you kind of revert back to the status quo. there was overwhelming support at all of these schools for going from year-round to traditional, and I'm not sure if that will be the case everywhere. And the other thing, I know you're just presenting this information, we wanted you to come up with a plan, and there's some rationale behind this in terms of the military possibly providing funding, and then in what order the other schools would be. But obviously the key element here is the budget in terms of budget planning for each year, and what are the priorities in terms of class size, counselors, different types of things. As the factor of if the military is going to put something in, that would make a difference one year. But I think what you've done is laid out a plan which could be modified somewhat if necessary, or just as it is. But then there would be the budgeting piece about this is what we want to do, but then we have to look at when can we do it. And that's kind of an open budget question as we go into the budget season.
Yeah, I would add to that on the sort of the budget analysis. So one question is how much of this potential $12 million could be offset by the military. So we want to.
That would be the first year that we're doing. Next year was $2.6 million.
Yeah.
That's where the high enrollment of military schools is mostly there.
It's mostly there, so it could be $2.6 million could offset some of that 12 and a half. The other thing is we've all in the past when we've discussed this, and I think we've kind of gone through getting clear about it, but the discussion has always been that conversion from a year-round school to traditional calendar is a one-time cost, but then there could be ongoing savings as a result of that.
Right.
So that would be good to also obviously factor into the budget analysis. Is this something that's going to benefit us in the long term from ongoing savings?
And we've never had a clear calculation of that. Because it actually requires some. It's not just like an automatic savings. It's looking at, well, if everybody's on the same schedule, we could kind of consolidate this or reduce this year.
But preliminary ballpark figures from staff over the years have been that we would save several million dollars every year on into perpetuity. And so then the investment, the upfront cost of the transition would be an investment that would pay it for itself, and then there would be ongoing benefits. And so even if it was only a matter of $2 million a year going forward after everything's consolidated, then that's $2 million every year that could go to the classroom for class size reduction or other things that are important for the kids. Yeah.
Right, and so just to have that itemized, because now we have itemized the cost of changing over.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that that also Amy Redding brought out a really good point, is that wanting to make sure that the parents and the folks on the calendar committee, that's not necessarily representative of the parents in the district. In fact, there are a lot of parents in the district that aren't aware that there is a calendar committee and they want to have input. And so I think that Trustee Evans brought out a very good point that this board's not going to approve a calendar plan until after we've had the opportunity to take it out to a lot more stakeholders, all the clusters, into our neighborhoods and into our communities to get more thorough input. And I think that's really important, that while the calendar committee can be the point where there's initial recommendations, but we still need to vet that more thoroughly through all of our different communities before we take action.
And just one more comment, I think it would be really important for the communications people on this, just to, even right now when nothing has been decided, to be very clear about what is going on and what isn't going on. Because I've been dealing with a lot of rumors of the board's going to do this, and the board's going to do that, or this committee has said this or said that, which are going way beyond anything that we have decided. And so I think it's even though action hasn't been taken, I think that it needs to be pointed out to the public. This is exactly how it works, and if there isn't any change, this is what the process is. Just what it is and what it isn't.
Yeah, and specifically, it was brought up also that whether or not do we start the school year on September 8th or something like that, or do we start it in August? And I think there needs to be a thorough analysis of that, because let's look at other school districts that maybe have tried that, and what's happened to attendance rates. Do parents just say, no, I'm not bringing my kid until the weekend after Labor Day? Most families, that's their one last hurrah vacation of the summer. And so, or a lot of parents are just programmed, it's the day after Labor Day. And so even if we decide we want to open up our schools, we might find abysmal attendance rates the first week of the school year in August. And so I think there's a lot of things to take into consideration as we explore what's, when do we want to start the school year and what's best for kids and the families. And again, this is an information item only, so there's no board action this evening. More food for thought and more conversation and discussion going forward. All right, we have a motion on the consent agenda.
Second.
And we have a second. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Superintendent Cindy Martin.
Thank you, President Visor. I also have a position to announce after the action of item H2, the Human Resources recommendations regarding position classifications. I'd like to announce the Executive Director of Facilities Planning and Design, Julie Martell. Vote was 3-0. Barnett and Visor were absent. That was a vote in closed session.
All right. Are there any other non-agenda public speakers? All right. We're adjourned.
Did we vote on